You don't know how. Say Shady Groove's gonna show you how. Just move your feet or get out your seat. You got to listen to the sounds of the funky beat. The first thing that we like to say when you grooving with us, we like to say, hey. To the big brother Smitty and Wood. Hey. To everybody from out of Wakefield, yeah. Hey. To the sweet lady Linda and Lily. Hit me one time, fellas. Whoever like say, hey. To the big brother Shine and Tony. Say, hey. To the big brother Clifford and Bird. Say, hey. To everybody from the TC2. Say, hey. One time, fellas. Whoever like say, hey. To the big brother people and Bird. Say, hey. To everybody from outside the United States. To everybody standing up to wake it up. To the pocket fellas. Don't do it for the ladies and gents at the party on the weekend having fun, y'all. Don't do it for the ladies and the gents at the party on the weekend having fun now. Now all the fellas in the band, won't you lend a helping hand to the ladies in the party, working that body, y'all. Right sock people can groove now. I said what? Special dedication going out there 5 miles of Wakefield, y'all. Nothing comfortable with. And also got very special dedication going to 85 from up TC, y'all.
All right. What's up, everybody? Hey, Andre, how you doing? Oh my goodness. I don't know if you've seen this. But first of all, I have to say flat out, Trump has now entered into another realm. And of course, the heading here today is Epstein had videos of Trump with girls. Yes, many. Yo, let's watch this. Let's watch what they say. This is, I mean, I'm not surprised. I would assume, I would actually assume that this would be the case. But for the sake of fairness, I don't use assumptions all the time. Sometimes it's better for the information to come out naturally, as it is, just the facts as presented, but but in this case, I mean, what can you say? I mean, I assume something like this would happen because, after all, 1 + 1 = 2, right? What the hell would Trump be doing? Why would Trump be good friends with Epstein and be on the dude's island? I don't even think it's one time. Of course, it's not one time. Could it be one time that he just flew there that one time and all of a sudden linked up with girls that one time, first time, instantly, boom? Or is it just that Trump has been buddies with Epstein for a while and these tapes have existed for a while? And Epstein, I mean, of course, you would assume, in all fairness, would you make that assumption that Epstein got tapes of Clinton? Would you make the assumption that Epstein got tapes of anybody else? Well, then why not make the same assumption about Trump? But in this case, the news is out today. And it's not the only news out today on Trump. Trump is in a video also. This ain't got nothing to do with the Epstein Island, what I'm going to say right here, but we're going to get into this after the Epstein thing. But Trump is actually on video talking about how dirty DC is and how he going to federalize it. Yo, what the hell does that mean? It's already federal land. But what he means by federalize is DC will lose local government. DC residents will not really be citizens. I mean, they won't have a vote. I mean, what the hell does federalize Washington, D.C. mean? It's already federal land. It's managed by the local government because guess what? Taxation without representation is illegal. It's against the Constitution. So what the hell is Trump talking about? But in any case, oh my God, I'm gonna get this out of the way. I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody got something to say? You might have some more news for me that I'm missing, but right now I'm going to review what the hell they talking about regarding Trump first with the Epstein thing, and then I'm gonna show the video of him talking about federalizing DC. You tell me what you think. But this is the breaking news, y'all. So here we go. Let's see what they got.
Like his arm was elongated, photo was doctored, or he came to New York to break up with Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, come on. I'm calling B.
Don't worry, I'm gonna play it back again and pause it a second time on these clips. We know about Prince Andrew, but good morning, Donnie. Yo, I mean, y'all. Now we're gonna go back. Oh my goodness, man. I can't believe. I mean, I could believe it, but when the shit hits the fan, shit hits the fan. My goodness, man. Let me stop this now. Here we go. Oh man, hold on. Let me see something here. I'm sorry, my phone is ringing here. 2 seconds, y'all. Okay, two seconds. 2 seconds. I just need to take care of something. I'm gonna drop the. Did I drop the link? And then I gotta answer this call real quick. Yeah, I'm dropping the link. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna throw up a little bit of music, a little bit. Just give me two seconds. I'll be right back with y'all.
The big brother people get burned. Everybody's talking about everybody's jamming out the way to the pocket fellas. Those who are ladies and gents at the party on the weekend having fun, y'all. Those who are ladies and the gents at the party on the weekend having fun now. Now all the fellas in the band, won't you lend a helping hand to the ladies in the party, working that violence, y'all. Rat sock people and groove now. I said what? Space dedication going out there 5 miles of Wakefield, y'all. Nothing comfortable with. And also got very special dedication going to 85 from up TC, y'all. And that highway crew. Say what now? Hey, that word. Good call. See. Cause we got a long night to go with. Come on, fella. Don't know how. Say shady blue. I'm shaking house. This new beat, a bit out your seat. When you dance, this sounds like a bumper beat. The first thing that we like to say, when you move with us, we like to say, to the big brother John and Rob, to everybody from out of Wakefield, to the little big brother from GW High. One time, y'all. What we like to say, to the big brother Hood and Shine. Big brother Tony and Raphael. To the sweet lady Valley and Felicia.
All right. I'm back now, folks. I'm back. Yeah. Here we go. Now this is crazy. A lot of people could assume. These things, right? I'm gonna be honest with you. I assumed much of it. I didn't assume anything about something being there about Clinton. You know, this young woman that accused the British, what is it, Prince, whatever his name is, from the UK or England. So I wouldn't have assumed that somebody would have came out in Bill Clinton's defense, that witness. But I just want to make sure we hearing what we're hearing and seeing what we're saying. So I'm going to play this back slowly, and then I'm going to pause it. And anybody want to hop up on the panel, feel free to just hop up. And, I want to keep this one short and brief, not short, but just as brief as possible. So let me see. I'm going to go back and I'm going to replay this one. Let me see here. We go back. Come on now. There we go. Go back. Now we're going to go forward again. Now, the article, I'm going to put this article in the chat for folks. Of course, you can also Google. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of outlets today. Off topic, but the giant storm fire definitely going to get ASAP. Yeah, and he's got new music going out. The only, I think there's only 2 tracks you might have heard that are right. But that's on the net. But he's got loads. He's got a whole LP coming out of new music with a lot of quality musicians and co-producers and things like that. So yeah, but the brother makes beautiful music. But back on this now. Let me see. Donald Trump alleged sexual proclivities graphically detailed in new Epstein document. Now, yeah, I guess it is what it is. Now let's take a look here. Where the heck? Here we go. Let's rock this one more time, and I'm gonna be pausing it. So, can y'all see this? Yeah. Okay. Oh, come on. Each time it gets to the text, I'm
talking to Epstein and another man as women are dancing in front of Trump, all dancing and Epstein and Epstein about the case. Though exactly what they said as they discussed the women and their appearances, Trump gestures to one and appears to say to Epstein, "Look at her back there. She's hot." And then Trump says something else into Epstein's ear that makes him double over with laughter. But as the president's
Yeah, we know you ain't a fan of his now. That's for damn sure. But hold on, where was the first one at? What the hell happened with the first video here? I don't get it. The first one played back. Let me see this. Don't make me have to go onto YouTube and replay this. Now let me see here. Here we go. Let's go back to the Independent for a second. I want to play that one video where they outline some of the actual testimony and the depositions. What is this? All right, well, is that not working or what? Yes, I'm sorry, folks. In a couple of days, I'll have all my internet issues resolved, but shocking claims. Okay. Yeah, well, this is the same claims. These are all the same claims. Here we go. Jeffrey Epstein lists shocking allegations about sex tapes of Richard Branson. That's the owner, the CEO or whatever, the banker behind Virgin Airlines, right? And then there's Donald Trump, all sex tapes. Oh my God. Oh my goodness, man. And then there's even that dude. What's the dude? The scientist name? What's that scientist name, man? The biggest scientist out there, man. What's his damn name? They just showed him. Oh my goodness, man. The dude in the wheelchair that can't even move his body, that he has to use a little thing to control with his tongue to speak. You know what I'm saying? Like, or I don't even know if it's in any case. An accuser once claimed she had copies of the man. How many things do they want to? Okay, I'm sorry. An accuser once claimed that she had copies of tapes made by Jeffrey Epstein of his high-profile friends, including Donald Trump and British business magnate Richard Branson. Right? Wow. Okay, so there's a witness that said there's an accuser once claimed she had copies of tapes. Y'all, sounds to me like those tapes are out there. If an accuser claims she once had copies, I wonder who she gave those copies to. Another set of Jeffrey Epstein documents unsealed on Monday, January 8th, revealed that an accuser once claimed former President Donald Trump allegedly had sexual relations with one of her unnamed friends on regular occasions at Epstein's home. And various emails to the New York Post columnist Maureen Callahan in 2016, Sarah Ransom claimed she had copies of tapes made by Epstein of his high-profile friends, including Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Trump, and British business magnate Richard Branson. Okay, so they saying Clinton was up with this too. I mean, I'm not saying I would be shocked. Who the hell would be shocked? Clinton is coming out of the Monica Lewinsky scandal. You know what I'm saying? The scandal where he was like, I had no sexual relations with that woman, you know. But the thing about it is that, you know, now these are a whole bunch of people. This ain't just Clinton now. You see what I'm saying? I mean, that Clinton, that already with the Monica Lewinsky, that basically finished him. And it also really, in a way, tarnished Hillary Clinton too. You know, it didn't finish her, but she would never be the president, I think, because of that. But in any case, either or, because of a lot of things. But if you ask me, if your husband do you like that in the White House, then that kind of spills over to you too. And even if it's fair or not fair, such is it, you know. But she confided in me about her casual friendships with Donald, Mr. Trump. Definitely seemed to have a thing for her, and she told me how he kept going on about how he liked her pert nipples. Ransom wrote about her friends. Why can this be on the internet, these words, but YouTube might have a problem with these words? I don't get it. It's all public. Ransom wrote about her friend in one email, which went public with the sets of documents that were unsealed over the last few days. Oh my goodness. Wrap up the year gone. Okay, blah, blah, blah. I also know she has sexual relations with Trump and Jeffrey at Jeffrey's New York mansion. Aha. Let me go back here for a second. Okay. Yep. Also at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion in New York on regular occasions. She added, however, in another email later that year, Ransom walked back the allegations. Oh, here we go again. I wonder if that's money or what. I would like to retract everything I have said to you and walk away from this. Damn, that sounds like a hostile environment is essentially what she's walking away from. I mean, when you say things like this, it's got to be the most hostile environment. According to the filing, adding that only bad things and pain for my family would come from going public. Well, there you have it, folks. That's her reasoning. Um, Now let's see here. Ransom, years later, in 2019, wrote in a New York article that she invented the tapes to draw attention to Epstein's behavior. Okay, here we go again. Another flip. Meanwhile, in a statement on Monday, Trump advisor Stephen Chung said these baseless accusations have been fully retracted because they are simply false and have no merit. Okay. The newly released documents also include a string of photographs produced by Ransom Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell herself, and other young women on the Peros Island, private island. According to ABC News, back in 2017, she filed a lawsuit against Epstein, Maxwell, and other alleged co-conspirators under pseudonym Jane Doe, 43. She said that Jean-Luc Brunel, a French model scout, an associate of Epstein, took some of the photos and gave them to her. Ransom now lives in London. She never produced the tapes and was deposed as a witness in Virginia in the Virginia Giuffre versus Ghislaine Maxwell litigation in 2017. Okay. Okay, let me go back here. Let me go to the next one. Oh, by the way, let me drop this article here for folks, and then I'm gonna go on to Stephen, I mean, but then again, hey, this may sound strange to y'all, but even handicap, I mean, it may sound strange to you, but it's just one of those things like everything else, everybody else. The only difference is that a lot of times there's countries, man, even in this country, where I'm at, there's countries where this is a normal thing, where there are people, let's say, that have disabilities or what have you, and they're maybe home ridden, stuck in the home, can't really get out, don't really have the same kind of normal ability to get around and do things, but this is a service that is offered, and it's not illegal either. But in the US, this is Epstein Island we talking about, and we talking about Stephen Hawking's on Epstein Island, which have a lot of different implications that have been coming up. But there's that article. Now let me go back here for a second. How many of y'all believe those tapes existed? How many of y'all believe those claims that she made are true? Or do you believe the girl is just lying for money? Do you believe that? Let me know what you think. If you believe she's telling the truth, if you believe she's telling the truth, press 1. If you believe there are tapes that exist, press 1 and 2. And if you believe she's lying, press 3. Okay. Press 1 if you believe she's telling the truth. Press 1, 2 if you believe she's telling the truth and the tapes exist, and press 3 if you think she's lying. Okay, let me see here. Now let me get to another article. Oh my goodness, man. This is just, I mean, y'all, what's going on? What's going on? By the way, I have to ask, because Trump has Clinton ever come up in any of these? Because Biden's running for president, and Trump's running for president. But it just makes me I can't vote. I do not think it's wise to vote for anyone as a president that's been on that damn island. But damn, I mean, even a person that's, even friendships can be hard because people want to protect their friends too at times. So this is a major fiasco because the implications is that these tapes were used as blackmail, right? High level blackmail. That's the implication. That's what's being alleged. High level. You see what I mean? Like, but in any case, y'all know what high level is. But damn, let's see, foreign government type spy shit. In other words, honeypot type of scenario. All right, but let me go. Okay, let me go. Okay, this is no. Here we go. Sex tapes. Here we go again. I mean, Epstein had sex tapes of Prince Andrew and Bill Clinton, witness claimed. Unsealed documents show defense team used Sarah Ransom's claims, later retracted to show she manifestly lacks credibility. Shit. But she said her family life would be destroyed, so I don't know. Okay, Andre, you believe that she's telling the truth and the tapes exist. Also, you, Donnie, yeah, I definitely believe that. That's my thinking on it too. I guess Stephen Hawking felt if he couldn't get anything physical, the least he could do was why. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it's something of interest of all people. It's just depends on what lengths you go to. I mean, obviously, if you married and you have and you have legs and functioning body parts, the lengths you have to go to are less than Stephen Hawkins would. But at the same time, people with functioning bodies make different decisions. Their brain work different. Some folks be like, I got 2 legs, I got 2 arms, everything's working good. I could go find a legal of age woman to date and have activities with, experiences with. And then some others say, hey, my body works. I can do this. I can find a lady and find a date. I got all this money. I can go anywhere in the world. But yet, I want to go to Epstein Island. Some people is just like that, yo. This shit is crazy. This isn't true, V-Bit. Okay, Smoke Reloaded. Let me read this. This isn't true, V-Bit. The woman recanted the story. Yeah, bro, but come on. You trying to say you wouldn't recant the story about these people? You saying you wouldn't recant the story? If you was, I mean, is that what? So you got allegations. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know too many people that would want to be busting this story open about Epstein Island, period. I think that's the tale of the story, brother, that nobody wants to do a damn thing about that. That's what I would think. I don't know who would. Would you? You be the lone man out? Where you gonna run? You got money? Hey, I mean, I don't know, man. Do you believe high profile people destroy other people's lives that have no money? Do you believe that goes on every day of the week? Do you believe things are fair? Do you believe rich people have better opportunities to commit crimes than poor people? I don't know. It's up to you. I don't know. Everybody had it's free thought. We just talking here. It's opinions. Probably was paid to recent if that's the case. I mean, who knows? Yeah, man. It's who knows. But I know damn well if I'm recanting any goddamn thing like this, there better be a check involved. I mean, that's just me. I'm not recanting just because somebody's bullying me. And by the way, your life, once you come out and say something like this, true or not, even if it's true and you recant it, you're in trouble. How do you recant? It's not like recanting the shit means, oh well, life is just going to go on back to normal now. No, you already said something. How can life go back to normal? Okay, let's see. That's true, but Donald said, but D said, the DA. I'm sorry, but the DA said Trump was the only one that came forward. Did the DA say that? Did he say that? Okay, shit. Let me check that out then. Let me see. I mean, is Trump the only one that came? Do you believe that? But let me say this. Even if that's true, right? And I'm not saying this is or isn't because I don't know. I would like to see that. I'm gonna do a quick search on that. But even if that is true, that the DA said Trump was the only one that came forward, what do you think that means? Do you think that means it's not true? Yeah, I'm just curious about that. I'm gonna be honest. You get on that island, I don't have any. There's no way in hell I would have any reason to believe anybody. I'm just that type of person. Like I don't, and I'm not dissing Michael Jackson either. I'm just saying, I'm just saying some things you got to keep a distance from. You know what I'm saying? I mean, my natural instinct tell me I might want to keep a distance from. Even if Mike ain't do it, I might want to keep a distance because this is looking strange. But Epstein Island ain't the half of it. Joe Biden has one next door. Okay, man, but where's the article? I mean, it have to be. We got to use the same rules for everybody. And there has been people making. You know what? I'm gonna tell you something, brother. I sat down. There was somebody that I work with, right, and we were discussing this matter about Biden and some of the videos, of him touching young, claiming to like just be touchy feely Biden, and it was a young girl, right? And it was a video that was out there that was widely distributed. You do know that one of those young kids is his relative, is like his niece. So you gotta keep in play. Also, I'm not saying you have to believe anyone. In fact, I'm saying don't. That's what I'm saying. It's much easier to not believe anyone and let the information rise to the top, but use the same set of standards. But have you ever been around a family member you didn't just like? I mean, it's even my own damn kids sometimes don't want to be cuddled or don't want to be hugged. You know what I'm saying? It's like they just like that sometimes. But I don't know. I'm not saying I know, but when I found out it was one of his relatives, a niece of his or something like that, I was like, oh, okay, man. So they're not mentioning that in the article. They're not mentioning that in the video. But all right, let's keep it going because I'll be the last person to tell you I know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not capping for none of them either. And I don't think the worst of it is that they doing that kind of stuff. I mean, if I was to assume anything, if I was to guess anything, if I was to believe, flat out believe and operate as if it's true, I would be operating as if that's an attack on the United States of America, a honeypot. And whenever you get these kind of things happening, the question is, who's been blackmailed? It's not just did they do it. See, you could believe anybody did it, but come with the rest. He did it. And blah, 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 blah was blackmailing him because he had these tapes. I mean, we got to come further with the story. We got to get further with it. What does it imply? You see what I mean? You can't, I mean, they mentioned tapes. So is it just Donald Trump that didn't do it and it's a lie and everybody else is real? Okay, fair enough. So what they do with the tapes? What's the point of the tapes? What were they using the tapes for? Why are they, you see what I'm saying? I mean, from my knowledge, taping sexual activities of people in gang world, mafia world is typical in blackmailing politicians, mayors, different people like that don't know how to keep the shit in their pants, But let's see. Let's go on here. I seen the whole video a while ago. Okay, drop the link for it, brother. And hop up too if you want, Smoke. So good. Let's see. Over here we like to have conversations. It's not opinions are opinions, facts are facts. They stand alone, and they should all be allowed to gather here. And as long as it's respectful and everybody gets the point that different information allows the audience to come up with to maybe have some new revelations, or even the next person to have some new revelations. So let's keep it coming. Yep, Biden and that young Asian girl, awful, appalling. Yeah, I mean, it's a bad look. It's definitely, but here's the thing, man. What you talking about, young Asian girl? Hold on, you try to give me a lead on that so I can find find what we're talking about and analyze it in real time. Donnie. Okay. Those spreading the rumors that the former vice president owns an island in the Caribbean across from Epstein's, I got it, island, appear to be confusing Joe Biden for his brother, James Biden. Okay. I mean, if James Biden got an island, he got to be rich. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm just gonna Google this real quick while everybody's here. I'm gonna do 1 hour today, and I'm gonna try to do one or 1.5 at the most. Let me see. Does Biden own an island across from Epstein? Okay, President Island does not own an island. Okay, let me go to. All right, I'm gonna go to Reuters because I heard is Reuters affiliated with? Is that like a Russian owned thing? But in any case, fact check: Joe Biden does not own an island in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Now let me see here because that's what you said. It might be James. Okay. Correction. July 27, 2020. A previous version of this article referenced a political article published on January 28, 2019, correcting paragraph 4 to reflect the article publication date. Okay, wait a second. Okay, let me get to the gist of it though. What is this? Okay, Reuters cannot find any evidence that Joe Biden owns any properties in the Caribbean. This claim may stem from an article published by Politico in January 28, 2020, titled "Lobbyists Bought Tropical Island from Biden's Brother." Okay, that's what you referenced in Smoke. Okay, here's results for Joe Biden Virgin Islands. Okay, but does James Biden? Hold on, did somebody just pop? Let me just see it in the back before you go live. SC. Who's SC, by the way? Well, let me. It's not going to be to the public. I just want to see it myself. Whoever SC is, if you don't mind. Oh, okay. SC is in the private chat. Let me see. So, it's Smoke. Okay. Boom. There you go. What's up, Smoke?
Hey, what's going on, V-Man? Can you hear me, bro?
You got your mic on? Okay. You hopped off. Okay. What the heck? Yo, hop back up if you can. Maybe that was a okay. Yeah, hop back up if you can. Let me drop the link again too. Let's see here. Boom. Okay, let me keep on with the chat here. Those spreading the rumor that former vice president owns an island in the Caribbean across from Epstein Island appear to be confusing Joe Biden. I mean, does his brother? Okay, hey, what's up, Smoke?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, V-Man? Hey, can you hear me, family?
Yeah, we good. I'm good, brother.
Yeah, man. A lot of us been following this for a long time, and there's been a lot of revelations going. Can you hear me, brother? All right, can you hear me?
Going in and out. I think. Try again. Okay, now I can hear you.
Okay, so a lot of us have been following this for a long time, and we've been censored on YouTube, and this has been happening since 2017. So a lot of those articles are old articles, but they're true articles. And what they tried to do was they tried to kind of overwrite on the articles, like kind of like, just like you said, the correction that was made. What was happening was the island was in Jim Biden's name.
Let me fix this in a just pause for 2 seconds.
Can you hear me a little better now?
The internet, man. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Go for it. Yeah, you were saying a lot of people have been censored since 2016 or 17, around that time, from talking about this with Joe Biden.
Yeah, I'm one of those people, man.
Oh, okay. I can't hear you, Smoke. But if you can hear me, if everybody can hear me, just put a 1 in the chat. Okay. I can hear you. Go ahead now.
Okay, so the island was. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, so the island was.
Can hear you. It must be on my side. It's on my side. So just continue talking. Everybody else can hear you. So go for it, brother.
Okay, so the island was actually put in Jim Biden's name, and the woman Ghislaine Maxwell, who everybody just keeps messing her name up, she has a pilot license to pilot helicopters as well as a submarine license. So she would actually help take the kids back and forth from the islands. And Joe Biden's not the only one. Epstein's not the only one. We just found out David Copperfield has an island. And really, the reason why I don't believe Trump is involved with it is because there is a video that you can find, and a lot of it's on Rumble because YouTube's been censoring like crazy. But I seen this video years ago where this district attorney down in Florida came out and said, you know what, out of all the elite people who I reached out to try to get some information on Epstein, Trump was the only one that gave me enough information to prosecute him. And you'll notice during Trump's administration, that's when Epstein got busted. Understand that Epstein is tied in with Weinstein, and those people are tied in with hip hop. So Trump's going after the whole cat and caboodle. And that's why everybody is pretty much against this man. You know, I became an ally because of the simple fact that the enemy of, my enemy sometimes can be an ally. And what I understood early in Trump's presidency was he's going after the Federal Reserve System, which includes the Jewish run Federal Reserve System. So naturally, America's going to have to deal with a crossroads. Do you try to continue to uplift America's Zionist principles, or do you have a guy that I believe was sent from God to create this division between what you would call the Jewish radical fanatics in America and the evangelist Christians, and they're going to meet a crossroads as soon as the American people realize that it's the Zionists that are really behind all of the massacre and the hell that's going on. And one of the first things that'll give you proof of this is if you look up a story, and this is only for people who've been watching this for a long time, one of the first things that happened to Trump when he got in the White House is some country put stingrays in the White House to spy on him. And find out who that country is, because it's already revealed who that country is. And it's a tricky thing that's going on, because on the outside, you would think Trump is supporting Israel with the things that he had done as far as moving the embassy from Tel Aviv and all those different things. But behind the scenes, it's really Zionists who are really trying to essentially derail his campaign and also destroy the country. And the real reason why they're trying to do this is because they understand that if Trump gets rid of the Federal Reserve System, then it takes down the whole cabal, and Trump's being backed by the military as well. There's a process in play right now called devolution. The video by a guy named Kash Patel. So if you got to know who these people are. Kash Patel is a very important person. in Trump's old administration, and he's got a lot of information. He's almost like a political version of Michael Flynn. And if you know who Michael Flynn is helping Trump, and he's basically one of the top military generals who knows where a lot of the information is, because this stuff has been in the plans for a while. You know, our country, one of the things that Trump did before he left office, and you can look this up, look up Executive Order 13848. And that is an executive order that deals with sanctions if there's an event that happens, as far as people finding out that there was election fraud. This all goes back to what happened in 2020. At the end of the day, it all goes back to what happened in 2020 and trying to cover it up. So once this stuff is
what's the
revealed,
executive order again?
Executive Order 13848. It's an executive order that deals with sanctions that were put in place in case election fraud is discovered. Now, one of the things you have to understand is Trump created the Space Force. Now, there is an act in America called the Posse Comitatus Act, which states that American troops cannot be on U.S. soil unless there's an invasion, an insurrection, or a declare of war. Now, the Space Force was not under the Posse Comitatus Act for a year and a half. So they were able to collect all of the data from the NSA, because you got to understand the NSA is corrupt. Right now, what you're experiencing in this country is the NSA, the CIA, and the FBI versus Trump and military intelligence. And it's kind of a back and forth right now. So ultimately, it's like if you have cancer in your leg, yeah, you'll lose your leg, but you're not going to lose your whole body, even though it's going to be detrimental to lose your leg. That's the situation that we're dealing with in this country. In order to quell the insurrection that has already happened, Trump's going to have to do some things that the people are going to need to understand. Like the military is going to be out on the streets around the time of the election, because what they believe is that they're going to try to attack the infrastructure and actually delay the elections, which is going to result in the military having to come out because we're going to have to use paper ballots. A lot of us already know this, but the general public doesn't understand this stuff. Our country is in a situation where we've been infiltrated from the inside, and Trump knew that. So he put that Executive Order 13848 in place and basically put us in a state of emergency. We've been in a state of emergency since Trump supposedly left office, and we just didn't know it.
Stop for a second. Stop for a second right there. Stop. Okay. Just for a second. Now, you said the country's been in a state of emergency since when?
Since Trump invoked that Executive Order 13848, because he's already had evidence that they've been cheating in the election. And that's why I get upset when I hear some of our black pundits say that black people put Joe Biden in office. Black people did not put Joe Biden in office. They cheated. They used all kind of different methods. And if you understand how our laws work, you would know that the governors can't supersede laws or suspend laws just because of things like COVID. And then you're going to have to go back and understand that this whole COVID situation was all part of the play to get this man out of office. And the reason why I know this is because I was one of the few people that were following this over in China before it came over here. And one of the things I noticed about it before it came over here, where there were several politicians who dumped their stock, Republican and Democrat, because they kind of knew what was on its way. So understand, America's going through what you would almost call kind of like a revolutionary moment. And I'm not saying that Trump is a hero or anything like that. To me, I'm a Black American. So at the end of the day, I don't see any hope in either party. But I do understand when there's one party that that's hell bent on destroying the country, putting us into this weird eugenics type of deal. And I was going back and forth with one of my friends who's not a Trump supporter. And I told him, I said, bro, all you have to do is look at these bills. Look at who's presenting these bills about kids who want to have sex changes without their parents knowing. And it's a straight line, Republican and Democrats. Democrats are saying yes, Republicans are saying no. And it's not to say that there aren't Republicans in on it, because what you have in the Republican Party right now are called rhinos, which means Republicans in name only. So some of those guys like Liz Cheney, there's a guy, Eric Swalwell, who they found out that was having sex with a Chinese spy named Fang Fang. People like Mitch McConnell, who's, he's tied in. Like, so our government, so Trump could have literally swooped in with the military to take care of all this stuff, but that's what they would have wanted, because if they would have got what they wanted, they want to have a war so that we as the public don't find out about all the shit that's gone on Epstein Island. And I always said, as someone who's been watching this, it hits different when someone who's been watching this versus someone who's maybe not up to date on everything going on. People like me, and I'm not the only one, we've said, man, at what length will these people go to hide their crimes? And, some of us jokingly was like, man, they'll try to kill all of us, I think. And that was before the situation happened with the vaccine. So people like me, and I'm not the only one, we've been watching this process play out called devolution since Biden got in office. One of the first things that happened, and a lot of people don't remember this during Biden's inauguration, there was a Chinese guy that was walking with him everywhere. Press 1 if you guys remember Biden's inauguration, where this Chinese guy was like right next to Biden during the whole thing. I'm like, what is going on with this guy next to him? That's because the Democrats thought that Trump was going to just storm right in and start arresting people. And a lot of us who have been following this, we all thought that too. But what we didn't understand was how deep this stuff goes within our government. Like, this is ultimately, the election situation is going to be what makes or breaks the country. The situation is going to go up to the Supreme Court. Some of the Supreme Court members, like Justice Roberts, are compromised because they've been on Epstein Island. And some of those Space Force guys are going to let them know, like, hey, we have your information. So you're going to have to make a decision, because if the Supreme Court does it the right way, then we may not even know that we were under martial law. But if they don't do it the right way, then you're going to know we're under martial law, because all hell's going to really break out. And that's why we've got things like the emergency alert system. There's a lot of moving components going on right now, but everything that's happening, even from the whole alien thing that supposedly happened down in Florida, what they're not telling you is they just found a tunnel in New York with a bunch of Jewish people that were doing a bunch of weird stuff. They pulled them out of a synagogue. I mean, that story's not even being reported. You got to realize that the Zionists have been in control of this country for a long time. There was this, I'm old enough to remember the 16 dancing Israelis during 9/11. In 9/11, I was a senior in high school in advanced world history. I remember my teacher telling me in the first period that nothing. I'm sorry, go ahead, V-Bennett.
No, I just, not to stop you, but I just wanted to, because you're going through a few different points, or a few different points of information, critical points. But I wanted to ask you this. So overall, you believe that this is like a Mossad type of thing on Epstein Island? Or
yeah, Epstein was Mossad. Monica Lewinsky was Mossad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just making sure I understand this correctly. Okay. And now let me ask you a different question. Now, when you say that like Biden, I'm just paraphrasing here. So correct me if I'm wrong, if it goes off track here. But you said when when Trump was running for office, there was an Asian guy or a Chinese guy, is whichever one, but correct me, standing next to Biden. Is that what you said?
During his inauguration, if anybody can find, and they've scrubbed so much of it from the internet, during Biden's inauguration, he was walking around with the Chinese guy. And I was just like, why is he walking with this guy everywhere?
Okay, during Biden's inauguration.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got it now. Okay, during Biden's inauguration. Okay, because he thought, and the idea is that people were thinking that Trump was going to like stop all of that with the military?
Correct. Because they're aware that an insurrection has occurred.
Okay.
And with an insurrection, Trump becomes not only the president, he becomes what's called the commander in chief, and he gets what's called special wartime powers.
But would you like that?
What's that?
Would you like for him to have been to be to have the election deemed a fraud and he be the commander in chief at that time? Would you like that?
In lieu of what I understand they're trying to do, it's almost like the only option. Because remember, this is what I think people are failing to realize. If Hillary would have got in office, we know exactly what she was going to do. In 2016, she would have gotten in office. From 2016 to 2018, she would have took our weapons. From 2018 to 2020, she would have terrorized the citizens with taxation without representation. She would have created more racial division. There would have been different sporadic attacks within this country, all the way leading up to her reelection during 2020. People would have been fed up with her and not wanting anything to happen with her. And this is what we found out through these different files. Because I'm somebody who's read Julian Assange's WikiLeaks. I've read Hunter Biden's. I've seen what's in Hunter Biden's emails. I've seen what's in Hubert Abedin's emails. I've seen what's on Hillary Clinton's server.
Okay, so WikiLeaks, right? WikiLeaks. Now, who do you think is behind WikiLeaks then? You think it's
Julian Assange and Seth Wright?
Okay, not WikiLeaks, but the documents pouring out. Like, for example,
Seth Wright.
Because now we're talking about like 9/11 and this kind of stuff, right? Is that correct with WikiLeaks, right?
Well, WikiLeaks is talking about the DNC. There's a guy named Seth Wright who was a DNC guy underneath Hillary Clinton who was assassinated by MS-13 in DC. And he released the information to Julian Assange, which showed what the Democrats were doing. Remember, I don't know if you know a black woman named Donna Brazile. She was a prominent DNC member. Yeah. They shut her down. Because remember what the DNC did.
What did they do to her?
They shut her down because she was complaining about how the DNC.
I got you.
Okay. Remember how the DNC screwed Bernie Sanders over for Hillary, and then people were all up in arms? Because I watch them both. I'm really bipartisan because I don't vote because I don't see anybody that's for people like myself. But I do follow politics because I understand that it makes and breaks everything. You know, so I've been following politics like a hawk since I was like 14. So I mean, I can name a lot of these political people, and I understand it's not just the executive, legislative, and judicial. There's a fourth branch of government, which is like a shadow government behind the scenes that Trump is actually fighting against. And everybody has said they want to change in this.
Okay, but when people say shadow government, how does the like after 9/11, the Bush administration, right? They introduced another level of government, right? So in the
with the Patriot Act.
Okay,
which was illegal.
Now is okay. Is it okay? I mean, that's I guess people have that view that it's illegal because let's be honest. What is legal and illegal can always be debated in a court of law. But when it becomes law, when the courts allow it, you can say it's illegal, but you're operating under it, under the law still at that point, right? So sure, there might be some areas where some people will say this is illegal according to the Constitution and this is not, or the Constitution really intended for this. And I mean, that's happening with guns. Does the Constitution give people the right to have a nuclear bomb?
Well, you do have the right to bear arms, and you're absolutely right.
Right. So you get my point with that, right? Right. Exactly. There's going to be people that always debate the Constitution, and whenever they're debating the Constitution, they're debating law. And no matter what, who wins that day, one group is going to be saying it's legal, and the other is going to be saying it's not. But I'm not trying to diminish your point. What I'm trying to get at is this: like when after 9/11, the Bush administration implemented the Patriot Act, and you interjected. You said that's illegal. Okay, but is that what Trump is talking about? The other level of government or the other hidden government? Is he talking about the Patriot Act? Because he never says it.
Well, Well, you have to understand that there's international law. Well, the whole thing is an illegal maritime law or whole illegal maritime law operation to begin with. But when you go inside of that, you understand that when you're dealing with like admiralty law, sometimes America will follow that law, and then sometimes America will follow common law, and then sometimes they'll follow constitutional law. So it does get a little hairy, like you said. It definitely does. So, I mean, I can't argue with your point there, but I don't think that Trump is invoking the Patriot Act with this Executive Order 13848. I think that more so is dealing with if we find out that the elections have been compromised, which we already know. I can tell you the systems
Trump
they
is
use.
talking about the shadow government. He's saying he often references that, like there's a shadow government, there's another government,
The deep state.
Right. But is he talking about the Patriot Act? What came of the Patriot Act?
I can't say for sure because you may be right, because what the Patriot Act allowed them to do is do things that we would consider illegal, like illegally spying.
Yeah, and it came after an attack too. So, and the point of it was to say, hey, we just got hit. Something just happened. I mean, I'm not saying there's a lot of theories about it, but I'm saying their theory, the government's theory, the theory that the Congress and Bush and all of them went by. The theory was that we were under attack, we got hit, we've been compromised through spies, and therefore we have to initiate this extra layer of protection, whatever, right? But I just wanted to be clear because I never hear Trump talking about it. I hear Trump referencing one thing, but people need to know exactly what is he saying, because I wouldn't understand what he's talking about if he's not talking about the Patriot Act. You see what I mean? Like, because there have to be some I wouldn't even understand why he wouldn't even dispute the Patriot Act.
Are you familiar with the FISA courts?
Yeah, somewhat, a little bit.
Okay,
but
so the FISA courts is another kind of new thing that I believe it happened under Trump or under Bush. Basically, it's the foreign. I forgot what the acronym is for it, but basically it's basically like a foreign court that allows them to usurp the Constitution and do things like illegal wiretapping and things of that nature.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So basically, so do you know what COG is? COG is continuity of government. So whenever the president feels like he needs to take action for COG, it basically allows them to say, hey, the Constitution can go out the window because we need to protect the country. And essentially, when Trump put in that executive order, he essentially called for kind of a COG type of operation to quell the insurgency. So Trump has known this was like even Trump leaving office so Joe Biden could come in office has all been planned. I didn't know that part of it. Now, the reason why that was planned is because the people who don't know these things that are going on have to be brought up to speed. Like, if you ask me, I don't think Trump's going to make it to November. And there's rumors that he's not going to make it. There's rumors that Michelle's going to step in. So if these things happen around maybe Super Tuesday or around the State of the Union in March, just don't be surprised, because Trump even told us that Joe Biden's going to be removed by his own party with the 25th Amendment. And it goes back to Space Force. Space Force was able to collect enough data under that year and a half that they were not under the Posse Comitatus Act, which basically is Trump. I put it like this: Trump hasn't played his Trump card yet, and what he's going to do is he's going to use this when he goes to trial. If they televise it, he's going to bring in the Space Force information, and he's going to tell them, "Here, Supreme Court, now you have accredited generals telling you that the election was stolen. The ball's in your court. If you decide that you don't want to do anything and act on it, then we're going to have to do it the hard way, and you're going to see military out on the streets. You're going to see like an actual, what you would almost call a hostile takeover, where we're going to take over the media."
If Trump doesn't win, is that what you're saying? If he doesn't win,
No, if the Supreme Court doesn't deem what happened in 2020 election fraud, because that's what everything revolves around. Forget
right. I got
2024.
you. But you know what? Now let me just ask you one more question. It's not to cut you off, but I just want to, because you touching on a lot of good things, but they also been there's points that I wanted to ask somebody about. You know what I mean? So when
Yeah, no, absolutely. Be better. I love your show, bro. I got no problem with anything, bro. Go ahead.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Now, just to be clear, would you call this a theory? What you presenting? Because it's not you just presenting. I've heard this before. I've heard these things before. So not all of it exactly put together how you putting it together, but elements of it, of course, because it's going around. Come on now, this theory is going around. But would you call it a theory?
Absolutely. Because nothing is rooted in facts, and everything is subject to change. There's a lot of moving parts and things of that nature. So no, you're absolutely right.
I got you. Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure because maybe somebody else would say it different. Now, okay, damn. It was one other thing that popped that I wanted to ask you about. It was something that you said here. All right. Well, let me let you continue though. Go ahead, brother. No.
Okay. I'm gonna step back down here in a moment. I just wanted to say, man, for everybody, if you're not aware, our country is going through an internal struggle right now. It's not the outside war that you should really be worried about with the North Korea, the Ukraine, Iran. These people are in our country right now. I'm in Iowa, Des Moines, Iowa, but there's a lot of illegals that are just flooding over from Illinois. In Texas, they found a guy, the Mexican military found a guy at the border with 13 IEDs, and he was from, I think, China. And are you familiar with IEDs? What those are?
Yeah.
So what I suspect to happen? Yeah, those are what are called improvised explosive devices. They use them a lot in Iraq. What I suspect to happen, V. Bennett, is leading up to the election, you're going to see so much stuff going on here in America as far as terrorist attacks, because what they're trying to do is wage a fear campaign in hopes that people don't come out and support Trump, because right now it's becoming.
What if the other side says what they're trying to do right now is wage a fear campaign so that people don't go out and support Biden?
Well, because the Black Americans can see it. I'm right next to Chicago. And when you have Black folks that are coming out saying, hey, they're flooding the paint, and I have to remind them.
Aren't happy with immigration right now.
Do you remember? This is what I remind them is. I'm like, do you remember when Joe Biden got caught on that hot mic? Because I remember everything. You remember when Joe Biden got caught on that hot mic almost a year or so ago, telling the Black Congressional Caucus members, hey, you're going to have to start working with the Mexicans because we're about to flood the paint with you guys, with these Mexicans. And, when he said that, it kind of went underneath the radar. So it's not a surprise to see what he's doing right now. Ultimately, this thing's going to lead up to Obama. I'm going to tell you this. Obama's going to go to jail. Hillary Clinton's going to go to jail on a Monday. Remember, I told you that. Hillary Clinton's going to go to jail on a Monday morning. Don't ask me how I know this, but if it happens, just know that everything else that I'm telling you is pretty much spot on, man.
Right. It strengthens the argument because and if she doesn't, then
if she doesn't, then I was off on my assessment. Absolutely, and I have no problem.
It doesn't mean you're wrong about everything. It just means that part that wasn't accurate. But it doesn't matter if she goes to jail on that day or 2 months after, right?
Right. It does, and that's right, because what has happened is this. I've been following this before this whole QAnon thing started, and that's what these white people
is. I'm not saying she's going to jail though. I just want to clear that out. I'm just saying, for that matter, if it was this day or 2 months down the line, that would be basically the same thing, right? That would mean you were right.
Right. Well, yeah, you could say that, because not everything on the drops have been on the exact date. And this is what I want people to, well, at least our people to understand. These white Americans, and not just white Americans, but they've been following this operation called QAnon. And I've been following this before this whole thing started with the QAnon. all of a sudden we started getting information that was military intelligence information about things going on within the country and how we're basically under a soft state of martial law. I think one indication of that was when this whole thing kind of started. Do you remember what was going on? And do you remember that country where they had martial law going on in that country right at the beginning of 2020? And they had that little Asian lady who was working out, and then you had all the military people behind her. Oh man, I can't remember. There's so much I can't remember, man. I'm gonna just leave that one where it is. But just know, man, like it could go either way.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but go ahead.
Just know that it could go either way. Our country is in a situation that we've never really been in. And if Hillary would have been in office, like I was saying, what they wanted to do was take our weapons in 2028. She would have done so many things, like as far as let people in the country, and completed so many different contracts that she had with other nations. By 2020, we would have all wanted her out. And what they were going to do is play the COVID card to delay the elections in 2020 and keep her and the Democrats in office until 2034. And what's crazy is Dr. Fauci, when I started to do some research on Dr. Fauci, I come to the conclusion that I think Dr. Fauci created AIDS. I'm dead ass. I do your research on Dr. Fauci, and you're going to realize he was involved with a lot of stuff with the NIH, a lot of stuff with the World Health Organization. And what Trump did was he exposed the fact that a lot of these entities are all corrupt. So it was amazing.
But let me ask you this, bro. Let me ask you this. I mean, I'm just trying to I'm going on what you're saying, and stop me. I hope I'm not trying to be irritating or piss anybody off or anything like that. But ain't they all goddamn corrupt? You hear me? Yo, you there? Smoke?
Yeah, they're all corrupt. Sorry, man, I was using the bathroom. I didn't want to.
Oh yeah, I'm not trying to diminish what you're saying, but I just want to understand, because I'm gonna be honest with you. In my view, they are goddamn corrupt.
You know what? I'm
sorry.
I would say this. This is the way I explained it back in maybe 2016, 2017 to my friends. I said, with Hillary, we're going to go down this roller coaster real fast without no brakes. With Trump, it's going to be a slower descent, which will allow you time to get your affairs in order if you understand what's going on. And so that's the one thing. Of
who's more corrupt? That's basically what it is, right? I mean,
I would say that, but I would say that Trump doesn't want to, because like I said, I've never voted for Trump, to the point where when I explain this to my friends, they literally think that I voted for Trump. I haven't voted in I don't know how long. I don't vote. So I voted maybe once back in like early 2000s, but I haven't voted since then. But what I want people to understand,
I didn't vote for Trump or Hillary. I didn't vote for Trump or Hillary.
I didn't vote for either one. I didn't vote for Obama. I think, to be honest with you, the last person I voted for was Bush. And I'm 38, 39, so I haven't voted since then. But ultimately, you can say Trump is corrupt, but I don't see it, because I just see him as a smart business dude. But at the end of the day, I don't believe that he's trying to destroy the fabric of the country like the other side. So that's what makes it or breaks it for me. At least Trump doesn't want us to be in complete dependence of the government. Remember, you got Joe Biden telling people, hey, we're going to kill coal. So by 2026, he's making it so that all cars are going to be electric. This guy is giving $5,000 stimulus credit card payments to illegals and a plane ticket and letting them fly all over the goddamn country. Excuse my language. And we were getting the little $600 stimuluses with Trump. And people were like, oh, that's nothing. That's nothing. Trump was actually going to give us more, because he understood the dichotomy of the economy. That's one thing I will say about Trump that I didn't understand, is he helped me understand that the economy can be manipulated. Remember, we didn't have any problems with the economy under Trump. It was all this external things that were going on.
If you got the most powerful military on earth, that's money.
Yeah, it is. It certainly is. But also,
how can you lose? How can you lose?
But also, you're tapping into American resources, American natural gas. He was doing a lot of drilling, a lot of fracking, a lot of stuff that maybe people didn't appreciate, but we wasn't paying the ridiculous prices that we were paying. And in no way do I hope I don't sound like someone, because I had a lot of people say, "Oh, you're a Republican." I'm an American. I identify as an American based off the 1828 Webster Dictionary definition. So I don't have a dog in the fight because I'm more for the land, and everybody here, in my opinion, is illegal. Everybody who's not, who can't trace their records back to censuses and things of that nature. But I can identify when someone's trying to completely destroy the country versus somebody that may be trying to not destroy it, and maybe scam off the top. But I don't even think Trump needs to do all that, because think about it. This guy is a millionaire, billionaire, how many times over? Who would put themselves in the fire for what? To lose money. You remember when ever since Trump's been in office, his companies have lost money. All these other politicians have actually gained money. So when you look at it like that,
but I mean,
it means that, in my opinion, it means Trump is selfless. In my opinion, I'll put it like this. Trump doesn't have to do this stuff. And if he wasn't here to do it, to be honest with you, this country would probably already be taken over. Because remember, we owe China. When I grew up in high school, what I always heard was the national debt and how much money we owe China. Even to the point where there was this one commercial when I was younger that came out that I was just watching at nighttime, where this Chinese guy came on.
Listen, let me just I'm not trying to stop you, and I'm sorry, brother. Yo, let me ask you this. You where are you from? Where you're American, but what state you from? You said?
I'm in Iowa. Okay,
I got you. Okay. I mean, my assessment of how debt is leveraged, foreign debt is leveraged, is that sure, the United States is in debt to China. But China has debt with the United States. Other countries have debt with the United States. United States but you can leverage debt, because if you're in debt and you don't cooperate, you ain't getting your goddamn money.
Now, this is where things go sideways, though. It's believed that in order to service some of that debt, when Bill and Hillary were in office, they sold China secrets to our ICBM systems and our Patriot missile systems. At that point, you're committing treason. And the military has been monitoring these people for a long time. Like, I can't explain.
Who prosecuted them for that?
Nobody did. Because we've been living under corruption.
But I just want to understand this. And I'm not saying, because I don't approach things like, I don't have to say it's true or it's not true. I just have to ask questions to find out how much information there is to support something. And it still won't mean it's true or not true. It could mean it's likely or less likely. But how is it that they could be out of office, do a criminal act like that, and not be prosecuted for it?
Because in the past, this is the dynamic thing about Trump and understanding American politics. We've never had a president like Trump that's threatened the establishment like this.
Okay, but just I'm talking about in the practical sense. Like, is it? Maybe I'm getting this wrong, and I could be, but I'm just trying to follow this. If they did that, then they leave office. They're not in office anymore. Trump gets in office. Trump is directing people, like you said, to open up the Epstein Island operations. He directed his what is the lead prosecutor for this nation? What is that? The general?
Attorney General.
Yeah, Attorney General, right? Now, why didn't he open up something on that if he had legitimate evidence?
Do you know who his Attorney General was? Look up a guy named Bill Barr. Guess what Trump's been doing? He's been finding out that people in his administration are tied into the Epstein shit. So he's been kind of filtering them out and trying to get the right people in.
He appointed Bill Barr.
He appointed Dr. Fauci as well. But guess what? He put Dr. Fauci out there to let everybody know that he was full of it. So what Trump will do, what I've noticed what he will do at times is, and it's a weird thing,
Yeah, but
he
listen,
will.
hold on.
Go
But
ahead.
you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't do that. It have to be the same rules. If one person appoints somebody to a job, they're appointing them, they're signing their name on it. They're basically signing their blood. They're saying, I'm appointing this person to be in charge of this particular field for me for the entire country, and they could screw over everybody. So before I appoint them, I'm going to do my due diligence first. And if they fail, if they harm people, it is my appointment that did that. That goes
Now,
on my record. That goes on my record. It has to be the case for everybody. That have to be the case, no matter.
now,
Because this is what I'm saying. It shouldn't matter whether it's Bill Clinton that appoints somebody or Trump. If he appoints somebody that fails, they are part of the failure. They must take part of the blame equally. You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, how is it could Trump be appointing somebody, but he's doing it for other reasons? He's like, I'm appointing this guy to fail to show everybody. What? Come on, man. Like,
you know what people are seeing? I'm glad you said that, because this is what people in America are seeing right now. They're seeing that there is a dual justice system and that our justice system is corrupt. And that's everything Trump has been saying since they've been going after him. So what the American people are seeing right now is Joe Biden and getting you have these guys in Congress right now like James Jordan and Jim Comer. They are dropping what are called all kind of documents from the Treasury Department showing that Joe Biden had over 10,000 suspicious activity reports where this guy had over 20 shell companies. He was funneling money left and right, back and forth from different companies from the Ukraine to China. And the prosecution is doing nothing but going after Trump. So the people in America are seeing this while the congressional people are dropping this information to the public. And they're like, well, why are they going after Trump? And they're not going, why is Merrick Garland, the guy who's the head of the Justice Department, why is he not prosecuting Hunter Biden right now when all this information is coming out about him having a gun, throwing the gun by a school, paying for prostitutes, not registering as a foreign agent? He violated the Foreign Agent Registration Act.
Okay, let me ask you this. Who was Trump aware of that committed possible criminal acts that's close to his own family that he went after? Or suggested that the Congress go after, or suggested that the Attorney General go after? I mean, who says go after my son? Who says go after my daughter? Who says go after my cousin, my brother, my niece, my aunt, my wife? Who says that?
Well, you know what he
Nobody.
does say? You know what Biden is saying? Biden is telling the American people nobody is above the law. Well, I'll give you a perfect example. Let me give you one example. Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon is a Trump guy who just got a contempt of court charge for not going to testify in front of Congress on a subpoena. Hunter Biden just did the same thing 2 weeks ago. And Joe Biden is telling the public nobody is above the law, while the public is watching the Justice Department, cut his son's sweetheart deals. They just try to cut Hunter Biden a deal that said, hey, if he gets brought up on any future charges, then he gets relieved of those charges. And the judge said no. That's why they kicked it back, because they're like, wait a minute, this is outrageous. When in the world are we going to put in someone's notation that we're going to drop the charges, and then if there's any future charges that involve him, he's not liable for any of those? Because the Justice Department has been corrupted since they killed Justice Anthony Scalia. Our country is going through a kind of a insurrection on the highest levels. You got guys like Justice Roberts who are compromised on the Epstein list, and that's going to come out. So you have to understand that things have to be done in a particular way, and it's not the way we may want it to be done, but the public is finding out that there is a dual justice system. And as the public begins to seep, you can see how Trump's numbers are going up. And that's scaring the other side, because Trump is telling you, I'm going to invoke the Insurrection Act. I'm going to invoke the alien, what's called the alien, it's an alien executive order, an alien and seditious act that was like made up in the 1700s, where basically he can mass deport all these people. Trust me, there are things going on behind the scenes that a lot of people aren't privy to. Now, I'm not one of those people who was on the Trump train, but I will tell you that Trump is doing things to keep the COG in order, and he has military backing. That's why you have the military intelligence right now. Essentially, he seems like he's one step ahead of everybody.
I'm gonna let Andrea speak for a second, but I just want to ask you one last question here. What is the number one job of the president?
He's a commander in chief to keep the country safe.
Yeah, and to keep it relevant, to keep it alive. The commander in chief is not supposed to. You're not supposed to lose power, international power under the. Are you supposed to lose international power under the commander in chief? Are you supposed to maintain that too? You're supposed to maintain.
Right. And Trump is in control right now. That's what you guys don't understand. There was an insurrection committed, so Trump took emergency powers, and that's why I'm trying to reference you back to that executive order. If you read that, it's telling you what will happen if they discover election fraud, which it's leading to that right now. There's layers that are being uncovered in our press right now that are, and Trump is also reminding you, hey, this is a consequence of election fraud. This is a consequence of election fraud. He's saying it in every truth post to keep people's mind on what happened. He said, hey, if a thief steals the diamonds and they find that the thief stole the diamonds 3 years later, does the thief get to steal the diamonds? No, you don't get to steal the diamonds. So all of this is all happening at the same time. It's kind of a it's a moving situation. It's not black and white as you would think it is with, yeah, of course, government's supposed to do this. Government's supposed to do this. But when there's an insurrection that happens within the government, then other things need to happen. That's why we have what's called continuity of government. If you read what continuity of government is, it basically allows the president to do certain things.
Right, but that's his. This is the last thing I want to say, but that's their theory. That's according to that theory. The other side is saying the reason why there was an insurrection is because it's prompted by foreign powers that are waging war inside of the country covertly. They're essentially making a very similar argument.
Who's that?
The Democrats.
The Democrats are responsible, brother. You got to understand, they have all of the evidence that the Democrats have colluded with the foreign nations. That's why I'm giving you the politicians who are involved, the Eric Swalwells, the Mitch McConnells.
So you're saying
there's Republicans as well.
But you're saying there's no foreign governments attacking the United States covertly through media, through other means, also inside of the country. You're saying that don't exist.
No, that is happening. No, I'm telling you that's happening right now. And that's why.
But you're saying it's happening through the Democrats, through Biden, but it's not happening through Trump.
No, it is happening through the Uniparty. Do you know what the Uniparty is? The Uniparty is the rhinos, which means Republicans in name only, and Democrats. They are united against Trump, and it's easy to see if you've been paying attention.
Yeah, but the problem is, brother, I have to shut up here because I know Andrea want to get in here. But the problem is that the country itself is a uniparty. You're supposed to work together in the Congress, in the Senate. That's how shit get done. If you do not uniparty, you can't pass one law.
Understand? Do you understand what Biden keeps saying? Is Trump is a threat to our democracy? You have to understand this is not a democracy. This country is a republic. So
that's a lame excuse. Come on, man. You yourself. I'm sorry. This is Andrea. You've been saying.
Hold on. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's why I said I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I jumped in. I'm sorry. I jumped in. Go ahead and finish. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Andrea. You've already you announced yourself. Go ahead. I'll listen.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. I mean, okay, so all this stuff, you're making it sound like it's just this one-sided thing that only the Democrats. I'm not a Democrat, Republican. I don't give a damn about either party. But at the end of the day, both parties are doing all kinds of covert, overt, whatever you want to call it, stuff behind the scenes, in your face. Everybody's doing it. There is no. I don't understand how you can say that he did stuff good for the economy when they voted themselves this $1 trillion tax cut that we as citizens have to pay for. I don't understand that. Where do you get that from? How did he help the country when he closed down so many segments of the government where the government needs to function, and all these different positions that we had when other people, even when Bush was in office, we had all these parts of the government that he didn't open back up, and he removed positions. How is that helping us? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm confused. No, I'm not done. I'm just trying to understand. You say you don't didn't vote for him and all that stuff. Okay, fine. But you can't just keep putting all this.
Hold on.
You can't keep putting all this stuff out here about what he did and make it okay. Okay, I'm done. Okay.
No. Just stay right here for a second, because you asked a good question. What is your thoughts on what she just said about they voted themselves a raise and all that? Go ahead, Smoke. Did you hear that point?
This is what I would say, and this will cut everything in half. What she said was true about we don't know what these people are doing behind the scenes, both Republican and Democrat. She's absolutely right.
No, but I mean,
let me finish, because I'm going to get to this point quick.
All right. Okay.
The only way I can know what people are doing is the bills that they present. And if I see a bill that comes forward that says kids can have sex changes without their parents knowing, and 50 damn Democrats say yes, and 50 Republicans say no, and then I see 4 or 5 other bills that are like that, guess what? I'm going to start to think that other side's got some nefarious activity going on.
Right, but has nothing to do with the raise.
That has nothing. And that has nothing to do with government. I'm okay.
The raise. Look. Understand this. Politics is politics. What they do in the taxation and that stuff don't do nothing for poor people like myself. That's why I personal responsibility is up to me. Regardless of who's been in office, I always got to find a job. I always got to work. I'm not concerned about the money.
Hold on.
You still didn't answer the question.
Andrea, just ask them that question.
Well, the thing is this, Andrea.
You said that he was good for the economy. Explain to me then why, okay, they voted themselves to have this $1 trillion tax cut that we as the citizens of this country have to pay for. How is that helping the economy? Please explain that to me.
Okay, overall, I said that Trump is good for the economy. Do you know why? Because when Obama was in office, you remember what Obama said? Obama said, oh, the economy's dead and it's not coming back. It ain't like I got a magic wand where I can heal the economy. What did Trump do? Trump showed us that the economy can be manipulated. The whole contraction and expansion of the money supply, the whole fractional reserve banking is a scam. Trump wants to get rid of that and go back to a gold standard. So
and he benefited. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
He benefited from that. He filed multiple as a business. You said he was a good businessman. Explain to me. I'm sorry. He filed a good businessman. How is that making him a good business? He doesn't pay his bills. He doesn't pay the people that work for him. How does that make him a good businessman? He's a thief and a con man, and you don't want to call him for what he is. I'm sorry. Your problem is don't tell me what my problem is. You don't know my problem. You don't know my problem. So you don't.
You can agree or disagree with it. You can agree or disagree with it, but I believe your problem is you're taking things personal.
Because you're not qualified.
I guarantee you can't even name the bill that you're talking about right now. What bill are you talking about where they gave each other $1 million raise? What are you talking about? Name the bill.
They gave each other $1 million raise.
That's what you just said.
They voted
what bill was it that they voted on?
Cut. And you know that. Don't sit here and play dumb.
What bill was it? I don't know what bill you're talking about. You're just running your mouth.
You know they did that. You do know I'm not.
I don't know what bill you're talking about. You presented what you said, and you have no evidence.
Want to prop this man up as if he hasn't done anything wrong. He is not a good businessman.
Okay, I provided you with names. When he doesn't pay his bills, that's not making him a good businessman. I provided you with specific information. This woman is just talking.
This woman.
I'm driving, so I can't pull it up. Can you pull up an article about that, DB? There's articles about the $1 trillion tax cut, and you know it.
What's the bill? What's the bill, and how does it work? You got to let me know, because I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm driving, so I can't do that right now. I'm driving.
Then you should have never mentioned it. That's your problem.
I can mention it because we got hit. Because we got hit with that.
And they don't know what they're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about. I live in the same country you live in.
I gave you the executive order number. I'm not crying about $1 trillion tax cut that I have no idea.
Whatever. You gave one.
All right. Hold on. Let me just get everybody back on cue here. Sorry about that. Let me just give everybody because it's important. I like the conversation, but I do think that we need to look this up. What Andreas, I remember what she's talking about, but I agree we need it is going to be useful because if Smoke doesn't know and he needs an example of it or he needs that, then that's what we got to give. And I don't think it diminishes anybody's argument. It's just that he can't comment on it right now without it. So look, I'm gonna unmute everybody and come back in. Now, hold on. I'm gonna let Divinely Inspired speak for a second here. And Andrea, please just hold on for a second and Smoke Reloaded. Brother, Divinely Inspired, what's up? You there?
Peace, yo, peace. I just woke up, man. And I'm hearing,
It's great.
It's
on
almost
fire,
like
man. Come on. It's our country. It's okay to be
and it's funny.
passionate about our country, brother. Right?
Yeah, well, we're in it. You know what I'm
or
saying?
our country. Can we even say that? I don't know. Some people.
Go ahead. But here's my question for Smoke Reloaded. Smoke Reloaded. Okay. First of all, I got to say, peace to you, V Bennett. I'm sorry. Yeah, peace to you, Andrea.
Yeah, brother.
Peace to you, Smoke Reloaded. Also, my question is, right? When you're saying that you are a working man, can you define that for us? Like, which type? Are you a white collar, blue collar? What do you do?
I work 2 jobs.
And
I'm a truck driver. Remember,
B. Bennett,
I told you I'm a truck driver, and I work at a truck wash.
Okay. So, are you union, by the way, or you Teamsters?
No, sir. No.
Okay. All right. So, here's my thing, right? Which side? Now, I'm neither Republican nor I'm a Democrat, right? But which side is more friendlier or gets things done pretty much for the average working person?
Which side?
Who stands? Which party, right? Who stands for the actual working person, like getting laws changed for their benefit?
I would say that's based off of perspective, but I don't think it has any real bearings on a day-to-day activities of what I do, as far as referencing that whole tax situation, because I don't feel like you're going to be able to show me how it trickles down to me individually, like I can show you how things like immigration affect you individually. So when this woman, Andrea, no disrespect, when she's talking about $1 million to $1 trillion tax break, I can tell she doesn't know what she's talking about, because for one, she can't present the bill like I did, because it's not something that she specifically is affected by. She's talking about a talking point that's why I said, what's the bill? How does it affect us? And I'm not saying that what you're saying is right or wrong, but what I'm saying is I'm showing you specific things that are affecting us on the ground level, like immigration, like the price of everything going up while these other people are getting free subsidies. I'm saying under Trump, we wasn't having to worry about it like that. So if you want to talk about the day-to-day functions of Americans, I'll tell you that when Trump was in office, I got friends who work in packing houses. Trump was getting those people out of there, and they were being filled up with Black Americans. Now that Trump's no longer in there, they've been reflooded with Hispanics. Now, what does that have to do with $1 trillion to $1 billion bill? You show me how that affects you on the ground level, then maybe I might listen. Other than that, all that is just talking points, man.
Well, actually, first of all, we gotta do one thing. We have to respect each other here. And by you saying this woman, that's really, really messed up. That's
Are you a feminist? Because I'll leave right now if you're a feminist. I don't feel like I've said anything disrespectful to her. I call her this woman.
And I don't think he has either. But my name is Andrea. I called you Smoke Reloaded. My name is Andrea. My name is Andrea, and I called you by your name by Smoke Reloaded. Yeah, my name is in there. Yeah, that's fine. I didn't find that offensive or anything. My name is Andrea. It's posted like you call yourself Smoke Reloaded. That's how I addressed you.
I got you.
Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah, show the same. I didn't call you this man. I called you Smoke Reloaded because that's who you said you are.
You can call me a piece of shit for what it's worth.
But I'm not going to do that. I'm not disrespectful like that. I'm not going to do that.
All right.
Okay.
I'm not that emotionally invested, man. I'm all about things that I can show, not about things that I assume. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but
I'm not
but
So
it's
assuming
okay.
anything. Okay,
It's
but go
okay,
ahead, BB.
Smoke.
I'm gonna mute
It's okay
myself
to
for a
be
minute.
emotionally. It's okay. It's okay to be emotionally invested, just as long as we respect each other. And it's all right. Nobody gonna call you a piece of shit because that we don't get anything out of that.
Yeah, we don't do
We're here
that.
for the dialogue and the convo. So, but go ahead. Go ahead.
so
So, so,
Keep
so,
going.
so my question is right now, as far as like unions go, which let's just say, I think there's quite a lot of members in unions here in America, right? The
yeah,
ones who take benefits away would be the Republicans, actually. That's why you see unions fighting so hard to, you know, and I might not agree with everything with the Democratic Party, what they do or what have you, because I don't. And I do agree with you that this migrant crisis affects the everyday working man. I agree with that because I've seen it. I've seen it. So the thing is that, but as far as like what, getting laws passed, for benefits for members and things of that nature, for people being terminated unfairly, for all things that you know having to do with employment, it's been the Democratic Party. It hasn't been Republicans. Republicans vote to take benefits away. You know what did Trump say? He said, I'm going to repeal the Affordable Care Act. All right. And what did that do? Essentially, when he became elected, when he was elected, he started doing what he said he was going to do. Did he not?
yeah, I had no problem with that.
Well, that's a big problem. That left people without benefits. That left people like, you
You're in
know,
every society. You're always going to have the haves and have-nots.
no,
When
no,
I
bro.
start to feel
No,
like my life,
that
liberty, and
kills
pursuit of
people, bro.
happiness is
That no,
under
no, bro.
siege,
That nope, 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 nope. Can't let you do that because without
what,
medical benefits, you can die. So that
so
so
what is
what?
your point?
What's my
Because guess
point?
what? I had medical benefits with Obama. I have them with Trump. I've never had a problem as a Black American having medical insurance as an adult.
Black American. I'm not saying as a white American. I'm not saying as a purple American. I'm saying as an American. Period.
Well, it does matter here in America. It might not matter everywhere else, but who you are does matter here in America.
No, no, nope. Can't deflect that away. Sorry. What I'm saying
You
is
must
that
not be a Black American then. You
I'm
must
not.
be. No, if you don't believe that that matters, at least.
No, 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 no. Look here, man. You guys stop
Because I see
projecting.
everything through the lens of
Hold
Black
on.
Americans and
You
what's
gotta stop.
best
No,
for
Okay,
us.
but hold on. He's Black American. He's a Black American, brother. But look, everybody, we can all show our faces. I mean, what do we need to do to show our nationality and our ethnicity? You know, it's like, I mean, do we trust each other? I mean, Smoke, reloaded. You're African American.
No, I'm Black American.
You're Black American. Okay. So why you even ask him if he's African American? Is the question that he's
Because
we're talking about America. We're talking
because
about
what he's doing, V Bennett, and no disrespect, what it seems like he's doing is he's trying to apply the general to a specific group. And as it applies to my specific group, I don't see things the same way as the general. Like he's talking about unions. I have no idea about unions. If it doesn't concern the Black Americans and what affects us, at the end of the day, I don't care if it's Democrat or Republican that's pushing the envelope, because whoever's talking about giving us what's owed to us is who I would actually support. So when he's saying, like, I understand to an extent of he's saying, well, who's taking this away from us? Republicans, Democrats? To be honest with you, my issue is we haven't started our own party. Just like I watched the Tea Party start their own party when Lois Lerner was targeting them at the IRS. So if you want to get deep with that,
I'm not.
we're talking about Republicans, Democrats, and their.
Okay, but
if we're doing that
right.
surface level, then I can ask, why haven't we started our own party? Because I would say, in my opinion, you voting for either one of those parties is actually a detriment to Black Americans, because we need to start our own party instead of sitting back depending on any one of those two to do for us. And that's our fault, because it doesn't cost us anything to start our own party. if we're that invested in politics, because I'm invested in it. I've actually tried to start my own party, but people don't want to listen to me, and I'm okay with that. But what I'm not going to do is play the game that, oh, well, this is what we need to do, because I know enough politics where I know that I could start a party for us, and I don't have to be necessarily the lead, because I just think that it's a party that we would all need to coalesce around. So when it comes to, well, are the Democrats doing this, the Republicans doing that, I don't see it as who's doing this or that, unless it comes down to something that is pertinent that I can show you, like child pedophilia, like immigration. Those are things that are surface level that the next person can literally see. Not, oh, what about the unions? What about this and that? If we're talking about those things, then I would address why we don't have our own party to address those things. Do you see what I'm saying?
Wait. We're talking about politics, and we're talking about parties, and we're talking about the effects of those parties. And you know how many millions of black folks are in unions, by the way? So
you're probably right.
So the thing is, it does affect us then. And whether or not someone's black or not, that is what are we talking about here? Are we talking about only black issues only?
I just told you, everything I see is from the lens of a black American. I can't change that. You know what? Unions were not necessarily meant for us. Did we start the unions?
No, they weren't.
Okay.
But we're here now. We're in the workforce now, and this is what we got. So,
well, you just told me I couldn't say that when I said that I'm in the pursuit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So what is it?
Well, so was everybody. That's the American way, isn't it supposed to be?
That's what I initially said before you told me that I couldn't say that, though. That's why we got into this.
Whoa. First of all, I didn't say you can say anything except for saying this woman. That's what I said.
Play it back, brother. You said. Go ahead.
What did I say? Seriously.
When I told you about the issues that plague us, you said something to the extent of, well, you can't say that, and it was not dealing with calling Miss Andrea a woman. There was another issue that we talked about where I just said something generally, and you were like, well, you can't use that because millions of people are this, and I told you that I see things in the lens of Black America out.
Well, America out is union membership, bro.
Then I just asked you, did we start that? And you said no.
We didn't start it, but we're in it.
Okay. We could be in it, but we didn't start that.
You can't put your lens on everybody's face, bro. You can't, because your glasses may not work for me.
Hey, I didn't say that I couldn't support it either.
And we're black, but we're all black, but we all have different experiences. We all have different walks in life or what have you, right?
Right.
So but the thing is that even though we didn't start unions, we're in them. And
but I know more Black Americans are dealing with the issues that I'm dealing with, as far as the identity issues, as far as the issues economically. I can't say every Black American is in a union. So at the end of the day, I understand that issues.
I didn't say every.
Okay, but you almost insinuated that as if to say that what I'm saying.
I said a lot.
Okay,
bro.
and I had no problem with that, brother. So what point are you trying to make? Are you saying that I'm wrong for looking at things from a Black American lens?
No. I didn't say. Did I say that? I didn't say that.
Essentially, that's what you're insinuating, because you're saying, well,
insinuating, bro. Man, let me tell you something, man. You're jumping to conclusions, bro. It's like you have like some sort of issue.
No, brother. I spend a lifetime actively listening to what people are saying, and it's not hard for me to discern what you're trying to say, whether you realize it or not.
But you're jumping to illusions. You're asking people if they're Black or not. Number one, because they have a different perspective than you.
Black American. You have to understand the nuances. It's not just Black. See, that's the problem. You're looking at things as just being Black. So that's a perfect example of what we're talking about right now. I'm saying Black American. You're just saying Black. You see how you're kind of just being more general than me, and I'm being more specific? Just like I was telling Andrea.
What is that? First of all, we're all in the same pretty much boat. So we will say
brother.
American, Black American, how we want to say it. It is what it is, man. My family came in the belly of those slave ships, man. The majority of my genome comes from Africa. How about that? Is that good? I
can respect that.
All right, cool. And and a lot of
But
us.
are you for black issues
Go ahead,
first,
go ahead.
or are you for issues around the whole country first, as far as everybody in the country? Because it sounds to me like you're more concerned about the issues of everybody more than the issues of black Americans first. Because if you take care of black American issues, I think in a roundabout ways, it takes care of all the issues in the country.
Well,
That's the difference between
But
perspective, I think,
no,
right now.
but brother, in all fairness, you're mentioning also yourself things that are not just black American issues.
yeah.
What you talking about?
Like
Everything you
what?
said, it's not only black Americans saying what you said. It's actually in America more, if you want to say white Americans that actually are in line with what you're saying. So it's not I don't think we can be in a country, be American and have it one way or the other way. It is what it is. You're American. There's going to be some issues that affect black people that specifically that are targeting. And at the same time, there's going to be issues that affect African Americans and everybody else. You got to be able to do both. You see what I mean? And otherwise, because that's what you're living. You're living through both of them right now. But all right, let me just I'm gonna let y'all. I'm gonna give this topic 5 more minutes, or 10 more minutes. Either one of y'all, I want everybody to get an equal amount of time and ask some questions to each other. I don't want it to only be like 3 of us asking, sounding like we're questioning Smoke Reloaded, regardless of whether we agree or don't agree or whatever that is. So I tell you what, Smoke, why don't you ask Andrea or Divinely Inspired a question and let them answer it for 1 minute.
I don't really have any questions. I'd like to listen to them. I'll step down and listen to what they got to say, but I didn't mean any disrespect to Andrea. But I would like to have you elaborate a little bit more on that tax or that.
Yeah, they
$1 billion
passed that tax.
break.
They passed it in December of 2017, a $1.5 trillion tax cut that was given to corporations and stuff like it. It's out there on the internet. It's out there. I had my son look it up while we were driving.
Okay, and can I ask
That happened in 2017.
Can I ask you? Can you show me how that specifically affects you and other Black Americans on the ground level?
How it affected us when I was working. Okay, the company I was working for did not push if it benefited the corporations like it was supposed to. They did not push that money to give us any extra raises or anything like that, but they did keep that money in the back pocket of the company, which did not.
Is that me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, so that's what I'm saying. All of the benefits that they gave to corporations, that did not trickle down to the employee. It did not. I don't understand for the company that I worked for why our CEO was making $21 million a year and the next person in line to him dropped down to 5. I don't understand that. Okay, so we are not benefiting as a group of Black people or B1. You're sounding to me like one of the guys who I like to listen to as well. You sound like the B1. People were talking about B1 first in America, Black Americans. That's what this sounds like, because I've heard that talk. That's why you keep saying Black American, and I hear you. Okay, but all this stuff that Trump and them did that was not for the benefit of Black people or Black Americans. It just wasn't. It wasn't. Our people suffered. We are still suffering under all these taxes we got to pay back. All the money they give to these foreign entities, anything. We, as the taxpayers of this country, and he said, Black folks came from shithole countries and all that. I don't know how you reconcile all the words that have come out that man's mouth as now that because he's going through what he's going through because of the stuff he keeps opening his mouth about, he needs to shut up. Maybe things would go in his favor. He just shut up, but he won't do that because he's a narcissist who doesn't really give a damn about anybody but at the end of the day, how am I going to benefit? He did a lot of golfing. I don't see where he governed the country in any way, shape, form, or fashion, except to try to make sure that if anything happened to him, he got immunity. I don't see where it was beneficial. I just don't.
And he doesn't.
Okay, so
The
let me
government,
ask you.
a lot of black people work for the government in the government. So
Okay.
I don't understand where he benefited us at all, honestly.
So let me ask you this. Are you willing to say that no black Americans benefited from his tax cut?
If you were in that $1 million tax range, probably you did. If you were,
Okay,
if you
so
made
now
a
that leads me to
certain amount of money, yeah, you did.
Okay.
But we at the bottom are the ones who have to pick up the slack.
So let me ask you this: did that affect us more than immigration affects our people? Because there are black people who don't have jobs that tax affected them in no way.
The immigration issue has been out there for a long time, and Trump benefited from that as well.
Is it a bigger? Do you believe it's a bigger issue? Andrea, I'm just simply asking you. Do you believe? I'm just asking you. Do you believe it's a bigger issue? We have to stick to the issues. And like I said, we'll bounce around if you'd like to, but I just need to know where you stand on this so I can know where to go from there. Do you feel like his taxation issue is a bigger issue for black Americans than the immigration issue?
I think it's all of it. I'm not going to separate one from the other. It is all of that.
You're not being honest. You're not being honest. If you can see black people getting kicked out of places while our people are sitting here
reloading,
smoke.
While you're
seeing
that, so
I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you how to feel about it. Don't tell me. Don't do that. Don't do that,
Andrea.
He
asked you a question, so let's just try to answer his question.
I was answering his question, but he's telling me, I was answering it, and he's telling me, no, I can't say that.
If you can compare the two, then I don't need to talk to you anymore. If you're not for black American issues,
are affecting us one way, shape, form, or fashion. All of the issues are affecting us. One way, shape, fashion. I'm not going to put one above the other.
This is what Democrats do. They try to compare apples to oranges. Immigration and taxation are not the same. Taxation is not getting our people kicked out on the streets while we see these immigrants flood our neighborhood. It is not the same, Andrea, and you're being dishonest for saying they are. That's the problem with our people.
Okay.
And that's why I take the hard line that I take, because I won't stand for that.
The big immigration that you're seeing is happening now. It's just more of it is happening now. Am I not correct? We're seeing more of it now.
You just had to answer the question. Could you answer the question? It was a simple question.
Are we seeing more of the immigration?
Because you're being dishonest.
More of them coming
Instead of answering it, when you answer the question, you can move forward.
Just answer that part. So,
I can't answer that because I don't know where you stand. Have we been seeing
more of it now? Have we been seeing more of it now? That's what I'm asking. Because when the $1 trillion tax cut came in, we're seeing more of these immigrants coming into the country as of the last couple of years.
Andrea, that is so wrong.
You're not letting me answer what I'm asking you.
That's so wrong. See, this is the problem with our people right here.
Did it happen under Trump? We haven't seen immigrants.
You're not really standing for our people like you say you are if you think that the taxation issue and the immigration issue are even remotely the same. When we're seeing millions of these immigrants flood into our neighborhood, kill our people, and you think they're the same? That's my problem there.
I'm
not standing for that.
Would you just let me finish answering my question?
No. Let me hold on, Smoke.
Let me say
hold
this,
on, hold on, Smoke.
I'm trying to ask him, did we see all of that? We're seeing a lot of immigration happening now.
Keep it fair.
Okay. We're seeing a lot of it happening now. I am not for all of these immigrants coming into our country. I am not. What I'm asking is, did this occur under the Trump administration as well? That's what I'm trying to ask you.
Do you know who Mayor Mayorkas is?
I'm not remember what city. I don't remember what city, but I've heard of the name.
Patrol. He's the head of Border Patrol. Mm-hmm. When Trump was in office, the border had 4,000. The border during Trump's administration there was 4,900,000, or there was 4,700,000 encounters with illegal immigrants. Under Obama, there was 5 million. Under Biden, there's been 12 million.
Okay, so I get that. I get that.
Do you think that's a bigger issue than the tax issue?
Okay,
that's why I'm asking you that.
But you
won't answer that.
The tax
issue
occurred
not being honest.
In 2017. So
You want to talk
now,
about stuff that
we're
don't
going to move
matter.
it forward. So what I'm trying to say is when the tax cut took place,
You
it
want to keep
affected
on
us
talking about the
then.
tax cut.
It affected us then. You're trying to make it like it's an. I'm telling you,
So
it affected us then. Now we
These
got another
illegals
issue
running
with
over
the
the border. You can
immigrants.
go on X
Now
and
we
watch
got
any of
another
these videos, and
issue.
you want to talk about the tax
Now we
cut.
have another
Guess what?
issue.
They're
Is
not
what I'm
even being
saying.
taxed. These illegal immigrants coming
Oh
in the
my God.
country are
Okay,
not even
okay.
being taxed
You're
right
not
now.
even, but you're not listening. See, you keep trying to make it about the tax issue. I
Because you're talking
said
about
when it
non-issues and you won't even
happened, no,
answer a simple
it was not
question,
a
Andrea.
non-issue then. It was not a non-issue then. You were
You're
saying
being
what
dishonest.
Trump
Why would I
did
have a
to.
conversation with someone being
You
dishonest?
said
You
his
can't even answer
economic
the question.
policy
You came in
benefited us,
raw
and
about
I
this
tried to
tax
tell you where
issue,
it did not.
and I'm
And then
asking
you
you,
told
is
me
it
to
more
come up with.
important than the
You told me
immigration
to
issue?
prove where my information came from. I told you when it happened in
You're
December
one of
of
those sisters that just like
2017, and now you're trying to change the narrative. Now you're
yeah,
trying to make it
yeah.
about
So
immigrants, and I was trying to
why
tell
did
you
you
back in
come in?
2017.
I
So
simply asked you
don't
a
do that.
simple question, Andrea. Is the immigration issue more pressing than the tax issue for our people?
And I said I don't like how
It's
how
a
many
yes or
immigrants have come
no.
into this country. That's what I
It's a
said.
yes or no, Andrea. Why
No,
can't you be honest and
I
answer yes or
said
no?
I don't
That's like
like
asking, is it raining
how
outside or
they're
not?
allowing the immigrants to come into
Yes
our
or
country.
no?
And don't tell me what
So
to
if you
say.
can't, the
You
problem
don't
is if
tell
you
me
can't
what
be
to
honest about
say.
that, then
Don't
I
tell
can't
me what to
expect you to
say.
be honest
Well,
about anything
okay,
else.
then,
GB,
okay,
GB.
That's
enough.
part of the
I don't
problem.
care. I don't care. I don't have a
I know
problem.
you
You're
don't.
not listening. You're
I've
not
dealt
listening.
with
You want to
sisters like
make it
you
about.
before, Andrea.
You are not listening.
I know you don't.
You're not listening.
VB.
I'm not one of the men that you can just. I'm
You
married,
are not
Andrea. My wife's
listening.
in the
I'm
other
not trying
room.
to don't make this about no man and no woman. You stop that bullshit. You stop that. You stop that.
Because you
Well,
won't be honest.
You
You're being
are trying to make it
dishonest.
about men and women. You stop that bullshit.
No, you're being dishonest.
whoa,
You're
You're
being
I,
being
dishonest.
dishonest. You're not listening. You're not listening.
You
What
can't
I
answer a
said
simple
was
question.
at the time of the tax cuts that occurred in 2017. Okay, we are now in 2024. That was 7 years ago. Okay?
What does
So
that have to
we
do
were
with the
affected
question?
by those tax cuts back then. And then now we got this immigration issue going on. That's made it even
Why
worse,
can't
is
you
what I'm
answer the
saying.
question? You're
Because I
trying to
just
talk about
did.
a
I
non-issue. You
just
want to try
did.
to
It
tie
was
the
not a
tax issue to
non-issue
the
7 years
immigration
ago.
issue? That's
It
insane.
wasn't a
That
non-issue
is
7 years
insane.
ago. It wasn't
V.
a
Bennett,
non-issue 7 years ago.
can you be honest, V. Bennett? Does the tax issue affect our people more, or the immigration issue where our people see these people coming every single day into our neighborhoods? Just be honest, V. Bennett. Does that have a greater effect on us, or does some tax issue that happened in 2017? We can say what led to
You,
what. That doesn't matter.
like I said,
We're talking about
you're not
what's
listening.
going on right now on
And
the
I
ground.
said it is not a good thing for these
All right.
immigrants to be
And
coming
I
into
hate
our
to bring
country
it
like
into a
that.
sexist type of thing, but if you let women
Look.
tell it, this is what
uh,
Whoa,
what it
whoa,
ends up
Oh, you
being.
shut up.
This is what it
You
is.
shut your
All right,
mouth.
all right.
You
Look,
shut your
I
mouth.
gotta
here we
just
You
go.
shut your
I
mouth.
gotta
See, that right there ain't
yo,
You're
acceptable.
so
That's
insulting
yo,
and
unacceptable
condescending.
right
Anybody
there.
got time for
look,
your little
listen.
stuff? Go sit down somewhere.
I'm sorry. I'm not. We gotta. Yo, Smoke Reloaded. We have to. Respect everybody. We don't know what anyone's motive is, so we have to assume everybody is just speaking from the position of their true feelings. That's what I'm doing for you, brother. I'm allowing you to talk. I'm asking you questions. I'm engaging you based on what you're saying, and I'm trying to follow it to understand it. I'm not accusing you of being dishonest. I'm not accusing you of having any other reasoning behind your opinion as an individual. And we got to respect people that way. But hop back up if you want to. But it's a problem because once it goes left like that, it's not fair. Andrea, nobody's here to take insults from anybody. Andrea's opinions are her opinions as a person. That's what she feels. You know what I mean? That's what her facts bring her to. And
Yeah.
so we can't insult her by saying that it's because she's a Democrat or because she's a woman or because of anything. It would be, yo, brother, I'm from Washington, D.C. Do you know how bigoted we can be about other black people too? Yo, I don't necessarily trust people from Iowa. Shit, you know what I'm saying? Just because we're all black doesn't mean we're exactly the same. But in terms of these issues, I mean, we're talking about the election. We're talking about Biden. We're talking about Trump. Trump is not Black American. Biden is not Black American. So you willing to trust Trump? You willing to give him the benefit of the doubt? You willing to say that you just believe by somehow, no matter what he's doing it for the betterment of. Well, let's have the same respect for Andrea and the rest of our hosts, the rest of our guests here. Let's just give everybody the benefit of the doubt. But I'm gonna tell you, sometimes when I listen to people make accusations about others, it sounds like projection a bit.
Yeah.
And so you should be cautious about making these kind of statements about other people, because others could listen and say, it could sound like you're doing what you're accusing someone else of doing. So let's just calm down and not calm down. I don't want to insult anybody because I don't care. I think should be fiery. I think people should be it's okay to be emotional about this, because this is our lives on the line, and we fight every bit that we got. You know what I mean? So, but we can still be fiery and still be respectful. So Smoke, please, brother, please, just please don't go there again and that it's not necessary. You were making an argument, and your argument, there's women that agree with you, brother. There's Black women that agree with you. There's white women. So why would you say that about her? That she has her opinion because she's a woman. You see what I mean? I mean, are we going to say to everybody that every woman that has your opinion, they just have it, but that's what happens when you have a woman? Is that what we're going to say? No. So it has nothing to do with that. But let's continue. Andrea, you brought up this. You brought up this point here, 2017, the tax cuts. Now, Smoke was asked a question. I didn't ban Smoke or anything, It's just, let's see things get better. But you brought up the issue about this, and then Smoke asked me what I thought. I, being a person that's capable of multitasking, I think they're all relative. I would advise people don't fall for the okie doke. You follow immigration, and you follow taxes, and you follow everything else. That's your job as a voter, as a taxpayer. You better follow everything. Period. What the hell? You're gonna tell somebody next? Well, don't follow healthcare. What's more important? Is it healthcare? Is it taxes? Or is it it's all of
immigration?
Yeah, all of that.
It's all connected. It's all connected.
And we're the ones at the
bottom.
At the bottom. So every time somebody breathes, every time the president, a congressperson wakes up and has a good idea or the dumbest idea on earth, it affects Black Americans. And i.e. African Americans too, or whatever you want to call them. Afro-Americans, right. The ones that came on the ship, the ancestors are part of slavery. It affects them every single day. When a Republican or Democrat farts, it affects us.
Hello.
Sorry.
Can I say something? Sorry. Hi, Divine. Hello, Andrea. Hello, V.
Hi, Jay.
Big up, Jay. Big up, man.
Big up every time. Look, man. Here we go again. Same thing happening in England. Where the politics to me has evolved as much as Black people have evolved. So from, as VB was pointing out, from slavery days, from we got the chance to vote, we were in a certain position in the world, and there's a few of us that are now in the position, especially what I saw in America. I saw a lot of Black businesses, a lot of successful Black people, and I was very proud to see that. But what seems to happen is a lot of the time, a lot of the successful Black people, or the successful immigrants, as they want to call it, or not the non-whites, they seem to join the what we would say the conservative, which is the right wing, and I can kind of see the similar thing happening in America. And where it gets confusing is I don't feel they're selling out or anything like that. I can understand where they're voting for. They're voting because that's the whole thing about voting, is to vote to make your thing work, Right. But to make it work for the Black man is very difficult. And as VB pointed out, we're at the bottom of every situation. So no matter if you're at the top, you're surrounded by people that don't want you there. So as much as you want to act like them or behave like them or support them, you're not going to be them. Not to say that people that are on the right or are supporting Donald Trump are trying to be white. I'm not saying that. I can understand where I am, because I'm not really, I've never voted in this country, and it really puts me off voting in the future. I spent time in Jamaica and I've seen how politics has caused so much violence. I've seen people change overnight. Neighbors stop talking to each other, you know. I've seen the corruption that's going on there. And when I look at Jamaica, I think it's very plain to see the corruption. Maybe people in Africa could say the same thing, or South America, certain countries around the world. We see the corruption and it's kind of in your face. But when it comes to America and England, it's all hidden. And we all kind of forget. We kind of forget who we're dealing with, you know. America and the UK, their track record on treating our people has been appalling, to say the least. So I understand. To me, it's like when people are moving on in life. So we've got the rise of the black millionaires, the black billionaires. You know, the more educated blacks. You know, but the problem is, even though you're educated, you could be educated in a certain way, and if you're not understanding that way is for the benefit of a certain person, then you're kind of lost. You know, you can have all the money in the world you want, but as a people, you're lost. You know, but I have to step back, getting into this argument with, hey, just lovely me, respect. The reason why I've spoken to black people, I've spoken to black people and from America, and they have two different opinions. I remember speaking to someone about Obama. They spoke about Obama in a way, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing when I was in New York. I was like, wow, I thought everybody would really be behind Obama, because I was, you know, like, wow, a black president and stuff. Same thing with Trump. Now you have black people, even in this country, that look at Trump and support him. And you even have black people in this country support the Conservative Party, you know. And to me, you can vote for who you want to be, but it just seems like you're voting for the racist party, you know. The right is always the right. The left is the left. We know that they're very connected, both of them. They none of them are for us. None of them are for us, but it's sort of the lesser of the two evils for myself. So I just can't understand what is going on. And I think this politics as well is kind of a smokescreen for a lot of other problems that we've got in the world going on. And what it does, it kind of reveals who people are, and it's just to be aware of that. So that's my thoughts on it. I got coming quite late, and I heard quite a lot of arguing, and you know, a lot not arguing, but I think we've touched this point already with Andrea and David. When it came on to the taxation, especially of Trump. And I was more siding with Andrea, but I heard what David was saying, you know, and so that's why I have to kind of step back, and I just feel like I can't really vote for anybody, you know. I don't know how you all feel about that. I mean, because I've never voted, so,
I know.
You know?
Yeah, well, the only thing I can say is that everything is connected. Just like how BB was saying, everything is connected. When even with those tax cuts, right? That these billionaires got, and you know, businesses got, or what have you, right? Then surprisingly, our infrastructure, you know, when you talk about schools and bridges and roads and what have you, you know, like what's up with that, right? What happens to them? So it's almost as if under the Republicans, right, the rich are taken care of, but the everyday man, everyday person, which black people are a part of, right, has to suffer. Now, did this migrant crisis compound that issue? Yes, it did. But everything walks hand in hand. You see what I'm saying? So what's the end game? To build a wall which people can go over and dig under? For real? Is that the end game? You want to leave it all up to somebody like a Trump, who's holding hands with Putin and Kim
brother, if we put up a wall, if
Please.
our answer is to just put up a wall and expel all these people, do you understand what's going to happen next?
Well, I know what's going to happen.
Every person, essentially, I'm just going to put this out there, but people that want that to happen, unbeknownst to them, I don't know if they've thought about this, they are definitely asking for war for the first time to take place inside the U.S. And the reason why I say that is because they're giving the nations that want Russia would definitely, and it's not only Russia, the United States has enemies. And we got to have this conversation. And those enemies would love nothing more than the United States.
UK is the biggest enemy of the US.
And hold on, Jay. Hold on, my fault. And they want the US broken. They want it broken into pieces. The US is a problem for some other nations like China and Russia. What's the answer? If you can break down, first of all, China got 3 billion people. Why would you want to give them an advantage over you? Russia is the biggest geographical nation on earth. Why would you want to give them an advantage over you? They would like nothing more than the United States to be broken into pieces. So when you start talking about just kick them all out and put up that wall, what do you think China and Russia's answer is going to be? Diplomacy with those very people you're done kicked out right next door to you. That's the quickest way to assassinate. It's like self-murder. It's like suicide. So it can't be so brash. It can't be so rash. It can't be kick them out, big ball. It has to be.
Think about it.
The approaches.
But also think about this. Also, let's say because Smoke Reloaded touched on some sort of early law that was put in effect that Trump wants to do. About some kind of mass deportations, right? Check this out. Construction all around America would fail. Why? Because they are using primarily 40% of the construction numbers are with illegal aliens, man.
40%. It's a problem. It's a problem. It's a problem.
So major projects, right? 40% of that would fail. Blah, right off the top. Get rid of everybody. Yeah. Boom. Right. Then also,
but we're not training Americans to do these jobs or paying them to do these jobs.
Exactly, because under both parties' watches, right? This was allowed to happen. Right. So this didn't start with the Bidens, right? With the Biden any kind of policy of opening up the borders. No, man. This has been simmering for quite a long time. Time. So you can't point at one party over the other. No, it's both of them. And let's just say, let's say Trump's activities before he became president, right? He's a racist. And I dare anybody to say anything different. Because him and his father were sued for not renting to black people. And what happened? What do you think? He had some kind of epiphany saying, "Oh my God, I love me some niggas now." No.
The answer can't be to put the person who will say, look, think about this. If you will say grab a guy who says grab him by the booty, he means it. He said that in private. He means that. That's exactly what he means. You can't let a dude like that. There have to be a better option than that.
He's
You know
found
what I'm saying?
civilly liable for doing that. He attacked a woman in a freaking boutique or something, right?
It can't. No matter how much you don't like Biden, you cannot go that far to say, you know what I'll do? Let's elect the dude that said grab him by the booty. That can't be the answer.
But VB, not even
But
only
the problem is, VB, he falls over before he gets to the booty. That's the whole problem, where he falls asleep.
Yo, we got to have better options than that, bro. That's all.
we do. And also, if you want to start your own political party, you have to work. It's not like, hey, I asked you to help me out. Nah, man. Nah.
Who's going to fund it? You're going to
Who's
fund
gonna
it
fund
yourself. But the thing is that guess what? I'm not saying don't stop. See, it's Smoke Reloaded. He made that suggestion. He made that. Yeah, I hope we do.
I hope
but
you
that
do.
doesn't mean we won't be voting with other parties too.
Yeah, but this happens.
So it's insane. The notion it's not one or the other. It's always both, no matter what you do, because that's your situation. It doesn't matter how you formulate it. Blacks over here, whites over here. When it comes time to the election, you're going to have to vote, and you're mostly going to be voting. A black person is definitely going to be voting, even if they have a black party. They will definitely be voting on someone that white people vote for also in the United States.
White people are
That's just how
the majority.
it works.
But the economical turmoil caused the First and the Second World War, as much as they want to say it was different things. And also, if you look at the mindset of the people, even for an example, the German people, there was nothing wrong with them until they had this economical turmoil to hit them. And the mental state of people actually goes into a sort of state of madness. And here we are again. We're in economical turmoil, and the only way out of an economical turmoil is war, because that's what it leads to, basically. These are the steps into the war. But if you look at the history of politics and the turmoils in economics, the mass of the people, it's like a state of madness. People are desperate. People are looking for a savior. We look for the savior in the church. We look for the savior maybe in forms maybe of drugs or alcohol or all kinds of forms. We may look for a savior, and I just think a moment of madness is taking place, and it's not solely in America. This is across the whole globe. Every political party or political organizations across every single country are in a turmoil of they don't have the people to come up. The youngsters are not ready to take the lead. We've also got a lot of aging politicians. We've got the old boys club from God knows when, and but the shift that is gonna take force. It's not something that can be done in a diplomatic form, and so that's where I kind of see where the world is at the moment. I kind of see us on the brink of another world war, and the cause is economical turmoil, basically.
Yeah. Well, it's possible. I mean, when you're looking at what China's doing, and China's building man-made islands in the South China Sea, right? So when American warships and other types of ships, what have you, are going past these islands, they're being told by the Chinese military that they're in sovereign Chinese area, right? Areas, which is insane, because hey, a month ago this was all open sea. So the captains of these ships are saying this doesn't belong to China. This is open sea. You see, so China has been edging it. Has been starting stuff.
It ain't
too.
open sea right now, and the Red Sea ain't open.
And nothing.
Hey,
and you know that Yemen will probably China will probably back them up also because China gets oil from Iran. So does Russia, right? So you see, did anyone take any action against Yemen? Like major action against Yemen yet? Nope.
Not yet, but
Nope.
it almost seems like the logical move is that the U.S. is, let me just pull up the map while y'all discussing that. Go ahead, keep going.
So I just wanted to say, VB, when it comes up about the tax issue, I'm gonna say this and leave it alone. With all these immigrants coming into this country, that's not a tax issue. Somebody got to pay for that.
We are paying for it through our taxes.
Exactly. So I don't get his point.
So that's why
he's paying for that. That's why it's both and. It's not just you look at one and you say, that's not an issue. It is. Our tax dollars are paying for all of this stuff that they're trying to push through, our tax dollars. So the more that they come into this country, the more our tax dollars are affected by that. And then the money that we make is getting depleted because, in some regards, they're getting this labor for free because they ain't got to pay them if they don't want to. They ain't got to. They can bring all these people in here and not pay them a penny's worth of wages and still get that work done for free. So it's going to benefit them to have them here. That's why it's not good to allow. If they got money for all these people, again, we have to ask ourselves, why don't they have enough for reparations for Black Americans? Why not?
They also pay taxes, didn't they? Immigrants, and we should know.
Not all. Like I said, the ones who are coming in now, are not. I'm talking about the ones who he's talking about that are affecting us now. Who they're just saying are coming here in droves. Those people are not paying taxes yet. They're not.
No, they're not.
They got to find jobs. They got to do all that. They're not in the system yet to do all of that. So in the meantime, we got to pay for that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about those who are here now and working and doing and contributing. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the people he's talking about or he's referencing that are coming into this country in buttloads and shiploads and all these people are here now. Okay, but we got all this money but they pulled out their ass this money to support these people coming into this country. Somewhere that money came. Where did it come from? It's coming from our tax dollars.
It's tax dollars.
I'm trying to get it's all of that. You got to follow the money. It ain't just follow the money. The money is telling you what they are doing. The money is not who they're letting in, but where that money is coming from and why they're doing what they're doing. Follow the money. It's always follow the money. Yep. And I don't see why he doesn't get that.
Because New York is really in a crisis right now, whereas they are several $1 billion in the hole, man, behind this mess, man.
Right.
Yeah. Thanks to, the Texas governor and all these people shipping them folks up to New York and all that kind of stuff. All that, Florida, all the people doing all that burden. Because, I'm sure they're trying to figure out a way to take over New York and, the state of New York. Like they're trying to get down here in Houston, trying to, take over the school systems down in Houston and stuff like that, or take over. It's all about them. All of them. Like I said, I'm not for no government gangsters, no Wall Street whores, or no pimp preachers. They're all in it for the money. They're not in it for anything else. They're not in it to make sure that we are okay as a nation. They don't care about all that. Those tax cuts didn't benefit me. It benefited a certain few people. It didn't benefit everybody. So, and then again, like if you look back at what happened in 2008 when the bottom fell out, or 2008,
mm-hmm.
who took the brunt of
that?
It was the people at the bottom, because there's more of us at the bottom than there are of those at the top. We take that hit, and then we got to figure out a way to pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps. But they want to say, oh, they have all these entitlements. Look at those entitlements. We don't want them to have Social Security. It's an entitlement. No, I've been paying into Social Security. So how's that an entitlement? But you, on the other hand, every time you vote yourself a tax cut, that's an entitlement for you. They are the biggest government welfare recipients that live in this country, but they want to say theirs is justified and everybody else's is you're sitting on your ass doing nothing. What did that man do in the 4 years he was in office? He went golfing he accused Obama of going golfing, and he did more of that than anybody else. But somehow he's supposed to be good for the economy. Somehow he's supposed to make us feel like our healthcare matters when he kept trying to gut the healthcare. Somehow we're supposed to believe all that. I don't care who's in office. I'm in it for what are you going to do for me? Because at the end of the day, they don't care about everybody. They just care about a certain few people who are benefiting from whatever laws that they put in place. I don't care who it is.
I know what he done. He got an omelette put on his head while he was in administration. So sorry, he did actually do one thing the omelet on the head.
Yeah,
And
he
that,
traveled. He just willy-nilly traveled wherever he wanted to go on our tax dollars. I don't understand how they don't see that. It's our tax dollars that fund all of this crap that goes on in the government.
Andrea,
Right.
you know what you're saying. I was just gonna I'm sorry, I'm gonna bring this into it. The problem I have with especially the UK, they go on about China and Russia and all these various countries, you know. But when you find out all the major businesses, all the major construction going on in the UK, all their donors, if they come out and tell us who's actually donating to these people, you know, you find out that most of these businesses, you know, are run by Chinese, are run by Russia, the Conservative Party. So how do you feel about that? Do you see any similarities in the America with them allowing the enemies to come in and do business?
I'm sure they have. I mean, I'm not into it like that, but I mean, I'm not surprised with anything our government does. It's not a surprise. You know, you can hop behind the conspiracy theories and just say all kinds of, and that's fine. Do your thing. The government does what the government does what it does. It's not. They want to say it's for the benefit of the people. If it was, then we wouldn't be having all the problems that we're having in this country. Everything that every time you turn around, it's something else, and then it's something else, and then it's something else, and it's all, you know. Then it's the people who are the people at the bottom who make up the base of all this happening are the ones who suffer. But the people at the bottom have been hoodwinked and bamboozled into believing that somebody's after their job, somebody is doing this to them, because that's what the people at the top want them to believe. And for them not to see for themselves how they are hurting their own selves by not voting for their own best interest. It's the game being it's the same game being played over and over and over and over again. It's a broken record. And it seems like the worse it gets, because it's always the worst at the time that we're going through what we're going through. It was worse when our parents were going through it. It was worse then. They would say the same thing. Now we're going through it again. It's worse now. But it's the same game being played, because once they need the money, okay, so if they go to war, who benefits? The rich people again benefit from the wars. It ain't us. We suffer because we lose people who have to go into those wars for the sake of them building their coffers. It has nothing to do with the people. Nothing. It's always about the money. It's
for
not
the
about anything
GDP.
else.
It's for the GDP. This is about the GDP, number one, and the gross domestic product. You know how the U.S. makes money. You know, and the U.S. is a superpower. Same way it is for China. You know, Russia is not really doing well economically. You know, but it only has 150 million people. Russia. For all of that land, that's not a lot of people at all. So you could kind of see how that affects how they approach things and what it implies. Russia will not be engaged in a long retracted war with the United States.
Also a low birth rate as well.
Because they don't have the manpower to even do that, you know. But the GDP is up, and the question got to be for American citizens, if the GDP keeps going up, because the U.S. is winning militarily. The U.S. is winning on resources and things like this. So why aren't the average people? Why? And I think that's what Andrea is getting
America,
at.
America spends they're spending the most money across the world. I don't know how much money they're spending on
healthcare.
No, not even the healthcare. The healthcare is really I think it's a small budget compared to the military. You know?
No, but I mean the U.S. is spending more on healthcare than a lot of people are spending on it. It just costs Americans more for the same type of healthcare for some reason.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up, but I'm sure that the military is the one that I found quite alarming.
The U.S. is the military is at the top. The military is at the top, and the U.S.
and
is
it's
spending.
fair to say that money could have solved all that problems, exactly like the UK.
No. It's not. See, the problem here is that, right? There's both sides of that coin. You have now you have to decide which one you're going to get behind or not which one, but how this
877 billion. That
right.
is,
But
that's a lot of money.
true, and that's why the U.S. GDP keeps going up because the United States has
And
dominance. You see,
uh,
they have physical dominance right now. That is not to say that someone else is not trying to outdo them to get physical dominance for
yeah,
their rich folk,
well,
for their rich
but
folk,
looking at the
right?
list there, BB, it's very weird because I know what you're saying, but it's just it's extraordinary the amount of money because United States, it says, is 877 billion, yeah? China comes in at number 2 at 292 billion. Russia comes in at third at 86.4 billion, right? India comes in at 81.4 billion. Russia, India, and China have huge armies. But look how much America is spending on arms. It is absolutely phenomenal. It is a phenomenal amount of money compared to the others.
True, that is true. But I'm not saying they're not spending money, but at the same time, the U.S. GDP goes up. It's going up. Why is that? They're spending that money. I'm not saying that spending the money on the military is the problem because the first thing you're going to realize is that if they don't spend that money on that military, that GDP is going to go down, and it's not because of weapons selling.
Right.
You see what I mean?
I'm
That
with you.
military is
Protection.
backing up dominance on the
Yeah.
ground, trade. Look at what they're talking about right now. They're talking about the fact that those ships cannot go through the Red Sea. It's costing them billions of dollars to go around Africa physically.
And the time.
Now,
It's
now
the
hold
time
on,
as well,
hold on. But who? Yeah, time. Yeah, of course.
The
But
time
who
is
do
the
you
biggest one, yeah?
right?
Yeah.
But who do
Time
you
which,
think is going to pay? But who do you think is going to pay for that extra $1 billion?
well, we would.
You,
The
yeah,
people.
yeah, exactly. All
That's
that money
buying the
is
stuff.
going around Africa for those same goods that could go through the Red Sea, right? It's just a point I'm making, right? Because
Yeah.
obviously the U.S. got Pacific and the Atlantic, right? But someone is going to have to pay the money, and no billionaire is going to say, "Hey, I want to pay that money first." Right? That I'm willing to go out of business, but that's
A lot
not
of
going to
money,
help the
man.
employer. You see, but the question here is this: if the U.S. is dominant, which they are already, the United States of America is the most dominant military force on earth, and it is the richest nation on earth by far. There is no one
Yeah.
close. You see, now the question
You
is,
be, yeah.
hold on. The question
Sorry.
is, how could that be? And Americans are still arguing about healthcare. How could that be when Americans are they've turned the American argument into, well, to fix that problem, put up a wall? Hell no, you should be getting this shit, wall or not. Wall or not, Americans should be doing better with that kind of money. You see, but the trick is that the way the politics are going, they're saying, yeah, but if we take away the military budget, we have all that money. Are you out your mind? That's not how goods and trade works. Your life is going to be largely shaped by the goods you can get access to, and how easy it is to get access to these goods that you have in your home that help your daily life and help the medical field and help all aspects. Food, you know, you're not going to usher in America's going to
But
grow
why?
food for self program overnight. That
Hmm.
ain't going to happen in 10 years.
No, I hear you, but Phoebe, so why isn't it working then? If that is so, and
Because Americans
if
aren't.
they're
It's the
spending all that
politics,
money,
brother.
why is
It's
it
just
not happening?
it's my opinion because Americans, the average American is being duped just by the politics of it. The average
Right.
American is look. How is it that Denmark can easily say, you know what, fuck this, everybody's getting health care no matter what?
Well, it's a smaller
How can Denmark
population,
do
though,
it?
huh?
But okay, but then how come they can do it in Sweden at the same time? How come they can do it in Germany at the same time? How come they can do it? You see what I'm saying? It's not about it being small. It's about the fact that they're doing it with less money.
Mm.
They're providing for their people with less money right now. So how come the country that is dominating at its height of dominance, the United States is the most powerful country that has ever existed on the face of the earth? It cannot.
Yep,
The
that's correct.
only way that a citizen cannot be getting health care
By far.
cannot be getting educated and having access to any school they want to go to if they make the grades. The only way an American can be homeless is because the rich are stealing the money, dude. That's it. There's no, stopping the war ain't gonna stop the rich from stealing your money. See, that's the issue, and the politicians try to put it up one or the other. Yeah, if you stop this war in Iraq, the rich are gonna stop stealing the money. No, man, you're gonna get less
smoke screen.
The problem is in the national politics and how the country is sharing the wealth. That's the problem.
I'm looking at the GDP at the moment, and it's 100% correct. We've got Canada with 2.12 at the end, Brazil 2.13, Italy 2.19, France at 3.05, UK 3.33, India 3.73, Japan 4.23, Germany 4.43, China at a whopping 17.70, and the United States has 26.95. It's absolutely a landslide in GDP. Crazy. I just it's a shame, for one of the greatest nations to ever come up, America, great nation. No matter how it started, America have done so much for the world, and to see the people, suffering.
What you mean so much for the world, yo? What you mean by that?
Huh?
What do you mean by America's done so much for the world, man? What you mean by that?
I think with setting the kind of stage of sort of like development, business wise, global control. I mean,
yeah, but that's done to the world, not for the world. It's done to the world.
Absolutely. I'm not in agree with. Yeah, absolutely. But I can, I'm not admiring them or anything like that. But look, it's a country. It's a country, okay? It's a country that's trying to be the best, and it's certainly. If you look at America, you can see it's more developed than anywhere else, and
all right, but I get you, Jay. I understand. We got power. We notice. People see us. We're everywhere. Our military is everywhere. People have to contend with us every single day of the week. And the moment they start these conversations that make it seem like they won't, it's only another country playing a game. These other countries know that if the United States military kicks off on a war, it is not good for them. They know this. There is no question about it. Even the Houthis can shoot these missiles. The Houthis can shoot these missiles because they're brave. They're brave. They're brave. I give them credit for that. They're brave. They're fighting for what they believe in at that moment. Whatever that political party is, the ruling party, they're fighting for that. But make no question about it. They would be insane to not be very afraid of the reaction. They have to be a madman. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to insert my opinion too much here. Let's welcome Sterling here, everybody. Sterling, what's up?
Hey, thanks for having me.
Hello, Sterling.
I like talking politics, and I feel like they don't even need it to be a full-out war. They can spend a lot of money on the military-industrial complex, and people in America don't even know that we're bombing certain countries.
Facts.
And I feel like neither party wants to put an end to that.
And I feel suicide. Why would you? Why would you want to put it? Why would you want to put an end to your dominance?
Because we're gangsters. We're the world's gangsters, and like everybody in the world knows that we don't play by the rules, and that we bring a gangster mentality and all these weapons, and we'll do whatever it takes to get what we want.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not sustainable. I don't feel like that's going to be sustainable when your whole economy is propped up on war. It can't end well.
It's not sustainable. But while you're doing that gangster shit, at least break the people off of your own country, right? If it's going to be like that, damn. You know what I'm saying? Because think about this. The situation is precarious for certain populations in the U.S. While we have to sit up here and say, yeah, USA, the only alternative is boo, 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 USA. That's what they're leaving a lot of people with. And when you see, to the extent where you see other Black Americans start like questioning certain kind of norm, just basic norms that everyone else agrees on, like, voting against their own best interests. Come on. Do we really have to be talking about voting for Trump as the good guy? That's
What's
how
your thoughts,
extreme.
Sterling? Do you vote for Trump? Sorry to cut you,
No,
VB.
I've never voted for Trump or Biden or Clinton. And if you could see my avatar, this is actually who I'm voting for. Cornel West.
Yes, great man. We spoke about Cornel West. What a great guy. I really like him.
All right, but let's flip let's flip the topic here for a second. Just for I like what we're discussing, because I think now that this election time is coming up, we need to be discussing this every day, because the moment we're not discussing it, somebody else got another spin on this situation. You know what I mean? And then you're gonna have to be stuck with listening to that spin. But right now, there was something put out there earlier, like this issue with Yemen, right? And it is creating some havoc. I myself, I don't believe the United States has any intention on not solving that problem, right? The moment you start talking about trillions of dollars in trade, and having to change the trade routes, you could best believe that the most powerful military on earth is going to be thinking about what can we do about that.
But they've started already, VB.
Hold on, Jay. It affects our allies. It affects the structure of the West, right? Now, who's winning? Who's not winning? Now, it was brought up. I saw SETI. I don't know how many people watch SETI. I watch SETI from time to time. I got respect for SETI. I don't always agree with everything he is, but there's some things that I do like that he discussed. Right now, he brought up this issue last night. What would the United States do to solve that problem? And there's people that think this is a winning situation for maybe Yemen, right? But if you look at this map, you got Saudi Arabia, Oman. Is Oman a U.S. ally? They're not an ally of Iran, right? Saudi Arabia is not really. That's very unlikely it would become an ally of Iran in a military confrontation, right? And then you have Yemen. The Somali, you got American bases there, right? Literally. Then you got Ethiopia. It's like the U.S. is damn near, even though China, they feel the effects economically of China, the U.S. is in there with a lot of money. And the U.S. has been a mainstay in Ethiopia political affairs for a long time, right? What happens if all of a sudden somebody puts a ship? You got India. Look, across from Oman, you got India. That's a U.S. ally too. You see what I mean?
You scroll down a little bit on that map, please, VB, because we're not. Can we see Iran, please, to put that more into it, please? Because that's more the major
Iran's
player.
just there. Yeah. Iran's just right there. You see. Now, then you got India here. You got Turkey's up here. Turkey's further up, but yeah, Turkey's up here, bro. Turkey's right here. It's on the other side. It's in the Mediterranean. But here, let's go back to this one. So you got Iran here. You got India here. You got Pakistan in between there, right? You have a few nations there, but you got Oman here, right? Also, right? Then you got Somalia and you got Ethiopia. But what happens per se if the United States starts sending ships right here? Because they don't want any of this happening. They don't want any of this. They're putting some fight. What do you call these ships? What do you call them? Aircraft carriers, right here. That's not going to harm their position. That's not going to harm the U.S. position in Asia, in Middle Asia, to put aircraft carriers right here, right? And from right here, man, they can hit Yemen all day long. And on top of that, at the end of that scenario, they might end up taking Yemen and making a base there. What do y'all think about this theory? Sorry if it sounds wild, but I just want to put that out there for y'all.
Well, nothing's wild, man, because that's part. They can turn Yemen into another Puerto Rico if they wanted to. But it's who's attached and allied to Yemen, which is Iran, and who's attached to Iran, China, and Russia. So if you want to, kickstart World War III, then you can turn Yemen into Puerto Rico, into another protectorate or something, right? But there's consequences and ramifications behind that, though.
Years ago, when I was younger, my mother read quite a bit. My mother read. She wasn't educated in schools per se, but she taught herself through reading. And I remember she told me the next world war will be fought in the Middle East. I never understood it. I still don't understand it, but I'm listening to the gentleman who talked. I don't know who he is because I just came in, but my mom predicted in the 60s not in the 60s, the year that we had the bad gas shortage when OPEC decided they wanted more from the United States for their oil. Yeah, she predicted that the next world war would be fought in the Middle East. So it's possible.
Well, the oil, you see, because the oil, also the strategic location of the Middle East, but mostly it's about the oil. America can't do without the oil. They have their own. They have oil in America. I don't know if they've used it all up, but
No, I think it's more than just oil.
Okay, it's more than.
I think it's yes.
What would it be? What would that be then?
Global power, man. It's just about power, man. It's about manifest destiny. Right. Spread your borders out. Imperialism. Because
exactly.
And
dictatorship. Yeah.
Dictatorship.
But they have the whole of that Saudi Arabia. Sorry to cut you, but you see that whole area there in the middle? That is America. There is no Saudi Arabia. That is America there, Saudi Arabia. The problem with capturing these sort of countries there, it's going to cost money, and it's also you're gonna have your troops there to. It's just going to be mayhem. It's going to be mayhem. It's going to be another Afghanistan, and we saw how that worked out. We can see Iraq. We can see Libya.
Another Vietnam.
Libya.
But the thing is,
yeah,
what these politicians here don't care about that. And then
but they already have the control, though.
But check this out. But also, their buddies in other nations, because they all want a peace.
Yeah.
No, so right. England can help. Definitely.
Saudi Arabia is UK as well. They're another massive investors in the politics and into building and all kinds of stuff.
Every nation does. Every nation that's cooperative with America does, man. So everyone has a vested interest in spreading that hegemony, man. Spreading that these policies. Now, let me ask you a question. Mm-hmm. This is kind of sidetrack, but it has something to do with this also. Why is America so gung-ho about spreading certain policies in Africa? Let's say, like,
the LGBT stuff and stuff.
There you go.
Yeah, sorry to say that. I should have maybe said that. Sorry.
No, that's okay. But why? Why? Is to promote their policies, what have you, to make it more comfortable for certain people to operate.
Yeah.
That's another form of. They're going to start.
Yes, to create another. To create a nation like this. Yeah, it is global. It is
It's
what you said. It's
global.
global. It is
It's global.
global
And they say,
domination.
if you do this, we'll give you $60 million. What have you know? So the thing is that it's to spread. They want to spread their policies worldwide. You don't see Russia doing that. You don't see China doing that. You don't see, but America
Yeah.
and its allies.
And I think you also have
The
to
old
follow the
American.
money.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Because
Go
like
ahead, Sterling.
I was
because
going to
Saudi
say the
Arabia.
old American. I was going to
Hold
say
on,
the old
Let's just
American billionaires, their money. They want to control Africa because Africa has oil. They want America is a country that has caused chaos in every country they've
Every,
gone.
Oh, let me hear what. Let's just hear what Sterling want to say because Sterling's not up here much, y'all. So let's let him.
well, yeah, I appreciate that. But
a little bit.
I think it was under Trump when Jared Kushner went over to Saudi Arabia and he sold them $100 billion worth of weapons. And so, if the question is why aren't we in Yemen, it's because it's what we'd rather do now is have one of these proxy wars where we don't care who wins, but we're selling them all the goods. We don't have a horse in this fight. We just want to create the chaos so that we can profit off of it.
exactly.
And so, and what you see in pretty much in Ukraine is the same thing. That's a war that we wanted. But we didn't want it to go through Congress. We didn't want to call it a war, certainly not one of our wars. So, it's their problem. And we can just put our hands up like we ain't had nothing to do with it.
Right. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, and it's even more so. It's the issue with the European Union, and it just kind of exposed how powerful the U.S. is because the European Union they wouldn't even approach Ukraine without consulting with its biggest ally, basically. It's crazy, man.
But
This world.
Right. And of course, Ukraine is very important food wise to several countries like India, Egypt, because Egypt is now facing they're facing a protein shortage. They're actually been told in their press and their media to start eating chicken feet because that's how hard pressed they are because of this. So the thing is that
nothing wrong with chicken feet.
No, I eat chicken feet too, but that's because I want to, not because I have to. And I don't have to. Exactly. Egypt also had to take $3 billion in credit from India. They're really messed up, because of this mess. But the thing is that, right, America can just sit back, give them arms, what have you, let the best man win because whoever wins or loses, we're still going to win. We still got it.
We already got paid.
We already got
that check.
We got that. We got that.
Yeah, and that's exactly how why the U.S. has been so successful. Really, they have the weaponry, they have the economic might, but they're very measured in how they approach things. Still, proxy. That is, why take on a bigger job than necessary? Then you have to. Why make a small job a huge job? It's it's interesting. But go ahead.
And if Russia can say, this war has bankrupted us, blah 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 blah, then you'll have like certain American businessmen will come in and say, but we'll do this, we'll do that. Just give us a piece of this, give us a piece of that. Man, it's ugly, man. It's so damn ugly, but it's business. At the end of the day, this is what they thrive on. They thrive on business, man. It's business, and Trump was what? Maybe he was a leader by proxy, because
he's a poor businessman.
He's a poor businessman. He is a poor businessman. Look, he's already cooked his books in the state of New York. In the city of New York, that's already been proven. He cooks his books, right? They're just waiting to punish him. He's at the punishment phase now, right? So that's already been determined. But the fact of the matter is that he's not that bright at all. His vocabulary is limited. He's inarticulate, right? So who was really pulling his strings, man?
The military-industrial complex.
Yeah.
And big pharma.
Certain lobbyists.
And these big banks, insurance companies.
That's right.
All the corporations that we sold out to. And really it happened before millennials. It started like with the boomers, selling everything out to corporations. And the last thing that we have right now, I feel like the only place where they haven't infiltrated our lives yet is housing. And that's coming soon. Corporations going to buy all the houses in the United States. And once they get them, we'll never get them back.
Oh, they done it in DC, man. As a matter of fact, that's what I got pulled up right here, man. Did you all hear about this? Oh, and I'm so glad. You also hear Sterling. All of you all, Divinely Inspired Beverly, Sterling, and Smoke Reloaded. I wanted to ask them this. He's down there in the chat. But what do y'all think of this now? This is back on Trump again, right? Because why? I mean, damn, we don't get a chance to even talk about Biden, but here we go.
Can I just say this?
Hold on.
Can I just say this?
Okay.
To Sterling, I think he said about corporations buying.
Go ahead. This is the wrong article.
America.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The building that I live in, the town that I live in New Jersey, is bought. This big corporation, Alma Realty Corporation, has came to New Jersey, bought up all of the properties, housing and things. The rent is ridiculous here. You're better off buying. It's cheaper to buy a house and pay a mortgage now
in
the city
DC?
that I live in. The corporations are already here. They're already doing it. And my town is shot. I'm waiting to go into a house, but it's already been done. Corporations have started. And it's not just in New Jersey. It's all over. It's down south. And that used to be a great place to retire with cheap, everything has gone up. That's all I wanted to say.
Did you all hear about this?
I want to say.
Here? Did you hear about this, Beverly? Oh, go ahead.
Can I say one more?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, excuse me, I got something wrong.
Go ahead.
But notice when he, hey, Pumpkin.
About what?
Hold on just a second. Notice when he was in office too. Notice who he put these key positions, right? How do you put a brain surgeon over the housing administration? Explain that.
Yes, exactly.
Has no experience whatsoever. Then he put
I can't explain
over
that.
the education. People. A damn thing about what she was doing, but she caused a lot of harm. So again, I'm trying to understand what Smoke Reloaded was talking about. How? And I'm not trying to give credit to anybody else. I'm just trying to say, in that particular situation, where did it benefit the people of this country? Where we have been, at least we can say, Obama came out, at least there was some kind of money in the bank. Some, a little bit. We can't say that about since that man left office. I'm just, again, follow the money. It's all about the money. All these things that they did was that he said you have to have billionaires and millionaires to run the country. He didn't care. I don't care how stupid these people are. He don't care.
Because Trump is stupid.
Well, we know
Ben
that
Carson was horrible at HUD. He was terrible at HUD. He knows nothing about running. He knew nothing about running HUD. He just didn't. HUD is terrible. I don't know who's there now. It's awful. This is why they don't want Biden to run, because before, when I came in, you were talking about health care and infrastructure. Biden passed a lot of legislations that helped as far as health care. My mom was a diabetic, and she died in 1979. So years ago, she was paying $125 a month for insulin. And now now he's capped it. You can pay no more than $35 for a vial of insulin.
Yes.
The health
That's
care
a
is
perfect
better.
example of black people, how they're affected through laws, and that a lot of African Americans benefit from, or Black Americans benefit from that, right?
And
There's
then
there's
and
also medications that I paid. I had blood clots for Eliquis. I was paying. Well, my son helped me pay $371 a month. I had to take the pills, but they were $375 a bottle for 1 month. $371, not $375 monthly. Now it's no more than $47 a bottle.
They capped it.
They capped it, but it's Biden. This is why I have another channel where I'm going to discuss some of this on too, about the things that we need to pay attention. Sure, this thing with TD Jakes and all of that and Diddy, I I personally, this is just my personal opinion. I think it's being led by, I can't say who, but the powers that be, to take our awareness away and put us on the simple stuff that doesn't matter, so they can do whatever they want to us. They're not telling, they're not praising people. I read an article, I saw it, I didn't read it, and I went back, they took it down, where a congressman said that he is not going to approve anything that Biden wants, because it will help him in the election. There's so much more we need. Like you said, VB, that we need to start talking about these things now. Not saying we don't need to talk about the other things, but there's an agenda to destroy Black America. There's an agenda to destroy us. I read about it all the
Yeah,
time.
we're
I
last
see
on
it
the
all the
list.
time.
What's relevant to us
Yeah,
is
but
last
they
on the
want to
list.
destroy us because we have power. There's, do you know that an educated Black man or Black woman is a white man's worst enemy?
yeah, because
And
with her
why?
saying that, yeah, with you saying that, Beverly, even when it comes to education, people want to tout that he passed that $340 million HBCU crap.
Oh, you're
But
talking
at the
about Trump, right?
yeah, and
Oh,
we
yeah.
didn't get, yeah, we didn't get all that. The HBCUs didn't get all that. But what has happened though, that they don't tell anybody, from 1987 to 2020, there are 16 states that owe billions of dollars to the HBCU land grants, billions. But we don't hear anything about that. And they want to say,
But
education is equal. No, Tennessee owes over $2 billion in land grants to HBCUs in their state. That's just Tennessee. I can't remember who the second one was. There are also $2 billion they owe.
probably
But
Mississippi.
no, I don't think Mississippi. I don't think it's Mississippi. I know Texas is number 4, and I can't remember who, but it's not Mississippi. But I'm just saying, they want to sit here and talk about all this, what they did. Nothing has been done to help increase what that we have earned. We don't even just deserve it. We have earned these things and then they want to start hollering. Oh, down in Florida, they want to cut out any kind of Black history. They want to shut down all the Black fraternities and sororities and stuff. Why? Because the more we get together and talk about what stuff needs to get done, the more threatened they are. Just like Pumpkin was saying, the more threatened they are. So it's to their even somebody here in Texas was trying to say they wanted to close down all the HBCUs and all the in the country and all that kind of stuff. It's like, what in the world? What is it about us that causes them to get all up in arms?
Because
are they going to Africa trying to push that agenda, push the LGBTQ agenda, because they know that we still have babies. We're not having problems over there having babies. That ain't a problem.
And there's
the
a
more
person
that you push, the less babies you have.
Did you all hear about this?
Go ahead.
There's a
Yeah,
person
go ahead, Beverly. You wanted to.
There's a person we need to watch. His name is Ed Bloom. He's a billionaire out of Texas. He's the one who pushed affirmative action. He used Asian Americans to say the reason why their children couldn't get into Harvard was because of affirmative action. Affirmative action is gone. They're still not admitting their children. His next goal is to take away HBCUs.
Yep.
No funding for HBCUs. My opinion is he did Black America a favor by limiting affirmative action. Now blacks will go back to HBCUs, spend their money there, and if he takes away the funding, they'll still be funding. HBCUs have been around for years, and now all of a sudden it's a big deal because blacks are getting educated. We're not stupid. We don't take the nonsense our parents took. We're never going to go back to that.
But you know what happened as a result of those Asians helping?
Now they hollering.
Now they're not being admitted because why?
Because they're Asian.
Because they're Asian, and affirmative action helped them too. So now all the legacies can get into Harvard and everything, what have you, and they're not getting anywhere. They're not even, they're not going to be accepted.
So
and
why
now,
does it? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, why we can say why the Asians help them?
No, I was going to say, why don't we go after the legacies? Because that's Columbia, Harvard, and all those Ivy League colleges, Cornell, their legacy, their children can go. Their parents went. So why doesn't somebody file a lawsuit about that?
And see, it's not even done on intelligence or scholastic aptitude or anything. It's on who knows who. It's cronyism in its purest form. And that's what America thrives on. Cronyism. Because they want to have all cronies set up. And look, I'm not trying to cast aspersions against anyone's character, wherever, or sound bigoted. But if you look at the whole of, let's say, Africa, right? Who's leading these African nations? Let's look at Nigeria. Nigeria should have way more money than Dubai, Saudi Arabia combined, the UAE combined. As much oil as they produce every day, and other resources and everything every day. But what's the issue there? What's the issue? Who's really in charge?
What's the issue, Divinely Inspired? Yeah, who is? Go ahead. Who do you think is in charge in Nigeria? I mean,
the English and Americans.
Yeah, But let me ask you this: they're in charge, but how? How exactly?
Well, basically, you have to follow. I guess you have to follow the money. Like, who's, because if the Nigerians themselves were in charge and they were proactive for themselves, then they would have better infrastructure, right? They would have more money because due to more money being in their, at their disposal, what have you, right? At the end of the day, it's America and the European, cronies. It's all calling the shots on all of these different countries, man, all these different nations.
But what I mean, I just mean practically how, for example, what makes a Nigerian president make, or Congress, for example, pass any type of law or make any type of treaty? What's making them? What's forcing them?
Money. Because look, Shell, right? Shell and Exxon. Now, last time I researched or what have you, there's like an Exxon Valdez type of spill coming out of Nigeria like every year or what have you, right? You had this local brother there who exposed that and what it was doing to the wetlands, to like the
environment.
The environment. Thank you so much. And somehow he was assassinated. And it come to find out who did it. Right? And it pointed back to the same people that ran Shell and Exxon. Right?
Right. You can't deny it. It's terrible, man. It's terrible.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's just like Coca-Cola
Yeah,
and
they were so corrupt. That was just pure corruption
of
to
course.
assassinate people for oil, access to oil, man. Leaders.
But it's not only happening. Like, check this out. Now in South America, they're doing the same damn
Yeah.
thing with
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
with Dole and Coca-Cola, all the sugar and shit. And then check this out. In Mexico, right? These folks in these certain towns don't even have water to drink. Why? Because America, needs to produce Coca-Cola. Or these Coca-Cola needs to produce its product. So they're taking all the clean water sources and left these Mexicans with the crap water. Or guess what you can do? You can just drink Coca-Cola all day, which is made with pure sugar.
Mhm.
So now you had Mexicans dying from diabetes. Dying.
Yeah.
Dying. So who's at the bottom of that? The
Mhm.
American government. Because why? They're taking, their cues and everything from big business, from these lobbyists.
Yeah, our business people. I mean, but I see. Here's the thing, though. All right, let me ask this question. But maybe Sterling, did you want to comment on that first? Because I heard you say something briefly. Like, did you want to comment
Well,
on
yeah,
what?
they just throw. Yeah, they throw us peanuts, and they got us on this tribalism, this red versus blue and D
Oh, yeah.
versus R and all this, to where we're
Mhm.
busy counting these little peanuts that they toss us, when meanwhile, they can make, like other countries, they can make all medication free. They can make
Mhm.
all healthcare free at the point of cost, at the point of sale. And
Mhm.
the same thing we were talking about, as far as higher education. Who makes the money off of our student loans? The federal government.
Exactly.
There's not a
Hmm.
single bank. Like, there's not any private bank that's involved with it. So the federal government could just wipe out all that debt overnight, But instead, what did he do? He marked down like $10,000 of student loan for certain people, and
It's idiotic.
look,
It's idiotic. It's idiotic, isn't it?
peanuts,
It's
But
crazy.
you know
peanuts.
something? Here. Enough. Is it okay if I say something here on that
You
point?
good?
There's something really interesting about that, because on one hand, the U.S. is talking about whether this is an issue about education, and the United States is still questioning whether schools should be free. That's essentially what it is. While the EU has said decades ago, they said this shit, maybe a lifetime ago, school has to be free. Higher education has to be free. What is the law? Damn, my English is getting lost. I'm sorry. What is the elementary school and all of that? What is that called? High school? That's primary, right? Primary education has to be free. The EU has said that, or before even the EU, but most of the European nations, they said that decades ago. The United States is still
And they've done this.
questioning. Right. But here,
I'm
now
sorry.
check this out. Here's another interesting thing. Now, Smoke, hold on. This is the wrong comment. He made a comment about immigration. Hold on, let me go back to that one. Right, here we go. I think it's this one, right? Boom. He said, if you ask Shaka what most people in France will say the biggest issue is, they're going to say immigration. Now, I don't agree with Smoke Reloaded's comments or where he's going with all of that, but I think everybody here agrees that immigration is important. But it's very interesting here that he could talk about France, the EU. I know this because I live here right now, right? Immigration. I'm in one of the countries that's known to have some of the tightest immigration, and it's also the same country that's known to have paid education, paid higher learning, free. All school is paid, is free or paid for free. You see what I mean? Meaning that you don't ever pay for nothing to go. And on top of that, at some schools, you get a salary to attend, also a living wage, right? Now, what do y'all think about those things? Like, isn't there something to that? Like the US policy on immigration, would you say
Yes.
is Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Let me hear what you got to say.
Well, they and a lot of those same countries have done the same thing with medications. So, for example, like the United States is one of the only countries in the world where we can advertise prescription drugs on TV, and that's just one small difference. Like, and I heard someone mention about a vial of insulin, and I'm not sure under what circumstances it can be capped at 35, but I know a lot of people pay over $200 for insulin still to this day. And like in that same vial of insulin, Novolog, 10 mLs of Novolog goes for like $275. And in Canada, for example, it'll go for like 12. And in Mexico, it'll go for 6. So these other
Shaka's
countries have found
backstage
a way.
vegan. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is he
Shaka's
backstage?
backstage.
Okay,
Mhm,
thank you.
mhm.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Stone. Keep going.
Well, yeah, they're way
Go-
ahead of us.
And but I'm trying to find how much is insulin in Denmark. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead. I'm gonna find it. Keep going.
I mean, you have
It'll be like $0. Good.
There's like asthma pumps that are I believe in Cuba, I believe they were charging like 5 or 50 cents, 25 cents per. And I think on our plans here it's like 150 to how many dollars for an asthma pump?
Yeah, certain inhalers can be over $300 for a 1 month supply. Yeah.
It's insidious, man.
My asthma inhalers are now, because of Biden, my asthma inhalers are free.
Shaka, you there? Oh, you wanted to say something? Sorry. What'd you say, Beverly? I'm sorry, you broke up.
I said I have asthma, and my asthma inhalers are now free. But at one
okay,
time,
maybe she can't hear me. Shaka, what's up, bro?
I heard you, but I don't think you can
okay.
speak.
Yeah, asthma inhaler.
Yeah, my asthma inhalers were at one time, I think they were $80 or $90. They're free now. So Biden,
yeah,
but this is because of Biden.
Is it my internet? I can't.
I don't know what it is. I'm on my phone. I need to get.
I can hear her.
I can hear Beverly. BB, is it? Are you there?
Yeah, I can hear Beverly as well.
Yep.
Shaka, what's up, brother?
Yeah, what's up? You don't hear Beverly, do you?
Go ahead, Beverly.
No, I was saying that my asthma inhalers.
No, I don't know why.
Once $80 or $90, but now they're free. A lot of my medications that I have to take, which is only 2 or 3 that I take every day, are free now. And if I have to take the blood thinners again, they went from 371 down to 47 because of Biden.
But these are all Medicare prices. To be fair, like
no,
y'all see this?
They're not all Medicare prices.
You see this? $2.
All Medicare prices.
$2, $4.
Because I wasn't always on Medicare, and the prices have gone down.
So, like, all I'm saying is
that's Beverly. I don't know why that is.
The insulin price, you have to be on Medicare to get the insulin at $35.
Like,
you don't have to be on Medicare to get the blood thinning medicine for $47. So it's not about all Medicare.
Yeah, these prices are cut. The prices you're describing are covered under Medicare Part D. And the unfortunate problem is that, yeah, if we all had Medicare Part D, then sure, it would be a better system. But the fact of the matter is that most people don't qualify for that. They're not old enough, or they don't have the right disability, for example. But to say that someone, with regular insurance that's not funded by the government could go in and get Eliquis for $47 or a Cap Lantus vial for $25, no, I know that's not true. I'm sorry. And it should, even if it's true for you, I'm happy. But what I'm saying is, it should be true for everybody.
Everybody. Yeah. What's that noise?
I heard it too.
We're fine. That was probably me with my open up a plastic bag.
Oh, okay.
It's all good.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is in the background. Maybe that was Beverly coming out. But okay, I was listening. I had a little breakup. For some reason, Beverly kept breaking up in my ears, but y'all could hear her. I can't hear her in the headset I have. That's weird. But y'all continue. I'm just trying to find out the. Go ahead. Maybe they don't even have it listed for Denmark. Maybe it's not so. But we got diabetes here. A lot of people have diabetes here. A lot of immigrants have diabetes. So it's sugar consumption, and I would call it sugar abuse. It's becoming a thing here in Denmark. But Shaka, you there? Did you want to say something about France or something? Is he still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead,
I'm listening, but if somebody has questions, feel free. But yeah, I'm glad to speak to you, brothers and sisters. Peace to everybody.
Oh, okay. Maybe he got caught up in something. He'll be back.
Oh, you can't hear me?
But let me read some of the comments here. We got Marco. No,
we can hear you, Shaka.
Maybe you were on mute. I couldn't hear you at all, brother.
Oh yeah. Well, I can hear you, but I think
Shaka and I can't hear him.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Refresh your audio.
Yes. Hey, Shaka.
Yeah. What's up? How you doing, Sister Andrea Burnett?
I'm doing well. So a question was asked to you by Smoke Reloaded. He wanted to ask you an honest question. Would most people in France say tax is a bigger issue or immigration?
Oh, taxes affect people directly. Immigration is more like long term. But usually when things get hard in the country, a lot of time the migrants, they become the scapegoats. So I think if you ask people in France, they will say the first thing is tax, because you feed it every month, when you get paid and all that. That's for those who work, of course. So if I was to guess, I would say that people in France would say that taxes is a bigger problem. But when it comes to migrants, it's a shame in America you have a lot of people, unfortunately, some FBA people. Some FBA people are cool with migrants. They just want to, go for reparations and other things. But someone like Tariq Nasheed, unfortunately, he's been criticizing a lot of migrants, saying many negative things, saying that they ran and they fled their country and making. I mean, he's on tape making so many negative remarks about non-Black Americans, and that's a shame. So him, and sometimes even the rapper Willie D, I don't have anything against him on a personal level, but he had made some statements. I addressed, some of it about migrants, and it's just a shame. And I don't think they're realizing that they are making people feeling some type of way about migrants. And there's a guy that we know as Frankie, he actually made a video calling Garfield Reed a scammer. He said right at the beginning, the Jamaican. And we all know that he's been cool with Garfield for years. But now that he has an issue with him, all of a sudden now he labels him the Jamaican. Now we know he used to label me as a French one. So it is what it is. What can we do?
Yeah. And I'm not understanding why he's making such a big issue. I'm not saying that immigration is not an issue. I'm not saying that. It's both and. I don't know why he's saying I'm not being honest. You can't have one without the other. You have immigrants coming in here that are not working. Our tax dollars are paying for something.
That's right.
It's not one or the other. No, we don't need to have the borders open so much where anybody can come in illegally or whatever. However, they're saying that they're coming in. There's laws here in America that's supposed to tell you how you're allowed to come into this country. Because it's amazing to me too. At the same time, when the Haitians were trying to come in here, they made sure they did every diversion tactic they could use to keep them from coming into America. So I understand what he's saying. Me and my family talk about that all the time, how they have all this excess money to give to everybody coming into this country. But when it comes to paying reparations to Black Americans, there's zero money available. We talk about that all the time. So I understand all that. But for you to just keep saying, Smoke Reloaded, that it's all about immigration, it is about both and. You can't have immigration without some tax dollars going out somewhere to cover the expenses of people who are not on the payroll. Somebody has to pay for that. It's not getting paid for just willy-nilly. It's coming from somewhere. And for you not to acknowledge that, you're being dishonest, if you ask me.
Yeah, you are being dishonest. And
I'm not trying to pick what issue is the worst. They're both impacting our lives here in America. Both of them, the taxes and the immigrants coming here, we're having to cover all of that. That's impacting all of us. And I'm not trying to minimize that. You're the one who's trying to put words in people's mouths because you want to stand for a particular thing. That's fine. Nobody's telling you not to. But what you're not going to do is tell me what I'm doing. That's what you're not going to do. I'm a grown-ass woman. I don't need you to try to tell me I'm being dishonest. I'm telling you. Andrea is telling you what I see, what's happening in this country, and it's both things occurring at the same time. And we who are paying these taxes we are suffering on that end as well, because they keep trying to figure out how to change things to benefit those at the top and disparage those at the bottom. If you're not up in that upper echelon, you are being affected by it just like I am. Whether you want to acknowledge it or not, that's up to you. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. All I know is we're being affected on both ends, and something needs to be done to stop that from happening. That's all. The government is responsible for taking care of the people who are in this country legally. They're responsible. Those who are trying to come in another way that is not supposed to give them access, that stuff needs to be dealt with as well. So, I mean, give me a damn break. Ain't nobody trying to say that. And I'm glad Shaka came on and verified what was happening over in France. It's what's happening to you daily that affects you. It's all of that. And at the same time.
I could tell you. I could tell you in Denmark, where I'm at, right? Although I'm an American citizen, I live here in Copenhagen, right? And I could tell you, I mean, there's no most of the people here are concerned about many facets, a myriad of issues. Taxes is always one of them. Immigration is one that affects taxes, but taxes is even a bigger issue here. Is because but then again, if you know the makeup, Denmark is very strict, but you still have to talk about immigration. There still has to be an immigration policy, and you can't just unilaterally say we kicking Muslims out. Like that's against international law, right? You know how that would affect your trade, right? You know how that would harm you if you isolate and if you try to use a population that way. And it's going to have adverse effects on your international policy. These countries, therefore, are going to find different partners because you're not treating their own folks fairly. Every country has to accept asylum seekers. Every country. It's not. And the moment a country decides that they don't want to partake in that agreement, in that treaty, they end up having adverse effects. It's especially for a big country, So, if you look at the United States, it's not, it has challenges with immigration, big challenges. And but at the same time, it has these challenges because it's a wealthy country, man. People come to the United States looking for freedom. That's a good thing, right? That's something positive. And when you change that reality that, okay, you understand people are looking to better their lives. You understand that people are fleeing harsh situations, and when they find themselves at your doorstep, and then you have to decide what you're going to do. Now, the moment you start isolating yourself on immigration, you're essentially isolating yourself on a lot of other policies too. We're all interconnected. There's nobody that can say they don't want to take immigrants. You could look at what happened with Trump when he made that comment about Muslims and that doesn't want to take Muslims. And then somebody pointed out to him that none of the Muslims that were involved in the attacks, none of them come from the countries that he banned people from. You see? And right now, soon, that may have worked at that time. There may not have been huge adverse effects that time, but it's getting to a day where those kind of mistakes in policy will have huge consequences because, like Divinely Inspired pointed out, it's about business. The moment somebody thinks it's better to do business with someone else, they will. That's exactly what they will do. And so when you're on the international stage, you can't be saying these things. You can't approach it that way. You do have to approach it like you have some understanding of that you're affecting lives. And even if you don't accept people in, you still have to talk about it in a humane way, you know. And Trump didn't do that, man. And it's the same thing about the wall. It's just ridiculous. Sure, you could build a wall. Build the wall. Talk about immigration, but make no mistake about it. How's the narcotics getting in? If the narcotics can get in the U.S., you think people can't? And do you think the narcotics is ever going to stop ever getting into the countries that are rich? I'm sorry.
He kept saying, you know, that Mexico is going to pay for that wall. That's not going to happen. I'm going to address Smoke Reloaded one more time. I'm going to address you one more time. I said you were talking about Trump and what he did for the economy, and I said they voted in a $1 trillion tax cut that benefited the wealthy. That affected us back in 2017 into 2018. That's 6 years ago. Okay, so now we got this issue with immigration that has exploded exponentially in the last year or so. But they didn't have no problem, even in the Trump administration, using, quote unquote, as they call them, illegal aliens to do work for free. That wasn't a problem when they were using them, but now all of a sudden it's become a big issue. I am not saying that the immigration stuff that's happening now is not a problem as it concerns Black America. I'm not saying that. You are trying to conflate the two. There are two different things that occurred. One occurred in 2017. It affected us then. Something is occurring now. It's affecting us now. I'm not trying to cover up anything or bring the two together, whatever. That happened under Trump, the $1.5 trillion tax cut. That happened in his administration. He signed that. Okay, that was his big whoop-de-doo he did back then. So stop trying to make it sound like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Okay, don't do that. You're the one being disingenuous because you want people to believe that you know what you're talking about and nobody else does. Okay, I don't need your validation. I told you what I said, and you keep trying to make it into something else. So on that, I'm done talking about it. You're trying to bring in a whole nother narrative that we weren't discussing at the time. You said a thing, and I addressed the thing, and then you made it about immigration. Okay, so two different things were being discussed at the same time, but you want to conflate it into one big argument, and that is not what I did. Okay, so anybody else who's out there listening, that's what I said, and I'm gonna stop addressing him because he just wants to keep making an issue where there was none. Okay. Then he asked Shaka, can you repeat what you said earlier?
Yeah, Andrea, don't.
France?
If I was you, I wouldn't address it anymore. But Smoke,
I'm not.
Sorry, I cut out.
I'm just saying that Smoke Reloaded, you have to stop, like, you know, focusing on Andrea. You know, she's explained to you what her views are, and then explained her views several times and corrected some of the things, their misunderstandings or whatever. So just don't keep focusing on what she said. You know, she's not the only one that feels that way. And again, I told you before, it's not a gender issue. It's a lot of men and women that feel the way Andrea feels. It's a lot of men and women that feel the way you feel. So, you know, let's just keep it friendly.
Yep.
I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead. And also,
I'm not crazy. See, he's calling me names again. You see that? Yeah, he's saying I'm crazy. You see that, right?
See, it's
name calling. I have not called him a name. I have not done anything. So that lets me know what kind of person you are. You can't keep it civil. You can't do any of that. And, okay, so that's enough of that. Seriously.
Yeah, that's it. I don't. Go ahead. Continue. Don't worry about it, Andrea. You good? And everybody else, we
fine.
good. We gotta respect each other. Yeah, no, but he got to be banned. You know, you can't have people coming here doing that. You know, I don't mind discussing theories. I don't and discussing perspective. I don't mind anybody debating. I don't mind people being heated and passionate. But you cannot do that kind of thing. It's no need to lash out at people, call them crazy or call them whatever. You're here to debate their theory. If you can't debate their theory, then don't call names. All right, the rest of you. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. I tried to give everybody an opportunity, but
Thank
you
you,
ain't going
Vivi.
to
I
step
appreciate
on what
that.
I'm trying to also achieve. Yeah, no worries. And also, it's offensive to me too. Don't take kindness for weakness. You know what I mean? I don't like to ban people, but you can't target people either. Nobody deserves to be targeted like that. So anyway, let's continue. I'm sorry about that, y'all. I lost my focus, but again, I think most of us agree it's a multiple issues that everyone has to be concerned about, and that they're interconnected. And economy and immigration are just one of those things. Immigration, it affects money, but it also affects your how you deal with it. It affects your standing in the world too, how people perceive you. If for example, Denmark has a lot of money, when you talk about per person, right? But so when they go out there, they want to champion the fact that they have paid schools, free healthcare. In their view, they're representing a way to do things to the world. And then when somebody hears that they've thrown a bunch of asylum seekers onto an island that used to be a prison, that harms their international standing. And you do have other countries that stood out and said, "Hey, we're not going to take this. We're going to protest against Denmark." Right? That's what people are saying. So, and Denmark didn't like that. They didn't like that in the media. Just like they don't like a lot of negative things in the media, and it's like that for the U.S. too. But as Americans, we got to recognize that it's a rich country. People are coming there for that. They're running from other sets of issues. And so even if we don't let them in, we can still be humanitarian about it. We can still communicate with them like they're human beings. We can't just say we're going to toss them out. And by the way, a lot of the people we're talking about are our neighbors. We benefit from having our companies and businesses there also. You see what I mean? They're selling Americans a lot of products. A lot of products are being produced, and we get access to a lot of things. So the moment we start forgetting that and treating people poorly that come from these countries, it's going to hit us. And that's what I believe is behind Trump's way of speaking about immigration. Biden knows there's an immigration problem. Trump knows there's an immigration problem. And Americans have the right to speak up about the immigration problem, to show their frustration. But at the same time, be reasonable. Be reasonable about the issue. Speaking about it, debating about it is reasonable, but we don't need to go too much further, because the fact that we have the right to voice our opinions is a big thing. A lot of these people coming from these countries, they don't. So use our words, use our debate, but we don't need to become big.
You're breaking up, brother VB.
Breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
VB?
Oh yeah, I'm gone. I muted out.
Oh, okay.
Oh, because you broke up, bro.
Yeah, at the end of your speech, you were kind of breaking up a little bit. Can you hear me, VB?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was just saying, the fact that we have the right to speak about the issues is good. That we don't need to become bigoted towards other people just because they seek an asylum. We need to be reasonable about how we approach it. The fact that Americans get to discuss it is a great thing, but we don't need to let people come in and confuse us and make us hostile towards each other just to have a discussion about it. And I think in the U.S., we get hit by that a lot. Am I breaking up still?
No, you good.
Just a little
No,
bit.
you're good. You're good now.
I'm just
Okay,
a little
that's
bit
all I wanted
weary.
to say. You see how?
Good.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm just a little bit weird. I do believe that immigration is an issue, but I don't put it past either party to try to capitalize and gain from an issue, even if it's a
Exactly.
problem, even if they
Mm-hmm.
don't have the answer to it, even if both parties would be equally as good or bad on that issue. They'll play it to
Right.
their advantage. And what's a little bit scary about that particular issue, and I don't mean to sweep it under the rug, but like I get a little nervous because it introduces xenophobia, which is like
Mm-hmm.
us versus them. And all of a sudden, now we got an outsider, which, now we can point the finger at them for all of our shortcomings and all of our hardships. And it just gives the corporations and the people at the top a pass because now we're fighting with each other, we're fighting against them, and it's all misdirected.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And just like you're saying, yeah, they do that on purpose, right? Now, Sterling, they do that on purpose. They know what the real issues are here. And
Yeah,
when the
of course.
government is not for their own people, about protecting your people, that's exactly what happens. It's going to be us versus them, the rich versus the poor, the versus the white, the black poor versus the white poor. All that stuff they do that on purpose. And we have to get beyond, being manipulated by the government and the things that they're doing, right? It's just crazy. But anyway.
Yeah, yeah, and I think it was Sterling. He mentioned xenophobia. I think. What, for example, Tariq Nasheed and Willie D have been doing. There's a fair bit of videos where they talk about an event, something wrong that was done by a migrant. And I'm like, okay, people have the right to talk about anything that was done that's negative. No matter who it is. But the reality is that many of these acts, and I think maybe Willie D does it more than Tariq Nasheed. He has a lot of titles where he says, such and such did that, or that person from that country, or that foreigner did this or did that. There was a person that was killed by some police in the South. Now I forgot which town it was. Tariq Nasheed put out the post. He put those police officers' faces and names, and he wrote, "Oh, I sense a non-FBA vibe." So he
Oh,
was insinuating that maybe those police officers had a foreign background, but people called him out on that and said, "No, no, no, no. You see their names; those guys are, born and bred. You know what I'm saying? They're definitely from the South. And I don't even think he publicly, stated that he was wrong about that.
remember
But
that.
the reality is that there's a lot of acts that's being done by Americans, not to say Black Americans, and it doesn't get any attention from Willie D or Tariq Nasheed. And I'm like, once again, people are free to talk about anything that happens, but I think we should have a sentiment of priority. You know what I'm saying? If you have a migrant that comes and does something bad, it's one thing. But when you have people into a lot of, killing, because killing is obviously some of the worst, along with rape, of course, and child molestation, killing is some of the worst. And there's a lot of killing that's been going on. But, sometimes it gets a bit sensitive because, see, me, I'm not, from America. So some people may be like, oh yeah, and it's sad because some people do that. Like even on the HOK, they've been doing that. Like, oh yeah, he's not from here. He's not one of us and stuff like that. But and I think it's a shame what Tariq Nasheed and Willie D do sometime. But they have the right to do it.
No, it is a shame because it should all be pointed out, no matter who does what. The fact of the matter is that you have people who have a vested interest in being divisive. And
Yes.
how are you going to take somebody seriously who just wrote, a pamphlet about pimping and macking or whatever, and all of a sudden he cares about Black people's issues, what have you? So Tariq,
Well, he can change though. He can change. We can give him that.
he
But
changed.
but yeah.
He didn't because he's still selling some old BS. So he hasn't changed. And as far as Willie D, I personally do not listen to Willie D only because I've heard of some of his speaking points before, and it's like, man, what are you even talking about? I just don't vibe with that mess, man. Just like how this guy Smoke asked me, basically, was I FBA? And then he asked me if I were a feminist too. I mean, come on. Because I
But
wouldn't even.
you know now, for some people, FBA
Yeah.
it's like an identity, like the Moors, like the Hebrew Israelites. You know, you have a lot of FBAs. They're not tripping on foreigners. You know what I'm saying? They will talk about something that's wrong, whether it's done by an American or foreigner. But there's a fair bit of FBA people. They are unfortunately, xenophobic, and sometimes I'm thinking that some of them don't even realize it. But it is life. It is what it is.
But how could you be an FBA and be a Moor at the same time?
Well,
Can you?
many Moors claim to be indigenous to America.
Yeah, they do. And see, but how could you be an
So
FBA,
how they get that name?
right, and be a Moor? Because Moors do not come from America.
I'm sorry, come again. Moor is what?
Moors don't come from America. So how could you be an FBA? Because Tariq Nasheed claims to be a Moor too, right?
I wouldn't be surprised if he claimed that, but he has addressed a lot of these Asiatic black men stuff in his series, the Hidden Colors. But you said Moors don't come from America. I mean, some people say that Moors come from Morocco, but there's a lot of Moors who will tell you. And I think what's his name again? The Gaga Google scholarship. What's
Sabir,
his name again?
Sabir
Yes,
Bey.
Sabir Bey. I think Sabir Bey will claim that he's from America. His family is indigenous to America. A lot of Moors claim to be indigenous. That's what some of them, they like to quote Khalid Abdul Muhammad when he said, Africa is not our home, it's our throne,
Right.
you know? And but yes, some Moors claim, some of them claim to be, what is it called? Native Americans, and I mean, used to be
Yeah.
all over the place. But the Moors lately, they haven't really been
But in the forefront.
making too much noise. Yes, because now that we have the internet and we have all these platforms like the one we're using now to have live discussions, they don't have much data or science to back up their claims. And the Hebrew Israelites is the same, because they claim to be descendant of Canaan somehow, some way. But the Hebrew Israelites, they've been here for a long time, because it's just the Abrahamic belief system. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people are Hebrew Israelite. They used to be Christians. Maybe some of them used to be Muslim. So they are numerous. Many of them were born in those organizations, and they are in many different states, and some of them are even overseas. But when it comes to science, a lot of these guys, it doesn't really, it's like no disrespect, but the Nation of Islam, the big head scientist Yaqub, and this thing can never be backed up by any science whatsoever, by any archaeology whatsoever. But yeah, I will leave it there. I don't want to be too long-winded.
But see, Shaka, you see what the common theme is? Anything but African. And,
Yes.
and to be of African descent. That's the common theme, which is fugazi. Excuse my New Yorkian, but which is pseudo at best, and is self-hating in its worst. Because the fact of the matter is that none of these people claiming these things can ever prove their pedigree. They can't prove it. So the thing is, when you ask the so-called, we call them abos, right? Some of us call them wabos, the people who claim to be indigenous, the black folks claim to be indigenous to the Americas, right? Okay, show us your culture then. No, the white man took it and gave it to the Mongoloid. Are you insane? I mean, do you see how insane that sounds? But that is one of the byproducts of this anti-black white supremacist system that we live under. It just is what it is. And also people want to claim to be Moors. They want to claim to be all these fantastical Negroes, right? But they're not. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned Abo, because Tariq Nasheed, for him, the FBA stuff is just a business. He took the model of the, well, more precisely ADOS, and then he came up with the FBA stuff, and he talks a lot about reparation. But like I've shown, and everybody can check, if you go on his websites, there is no program for reparation whatsoever. But he claims that's one of the main things he wants or he's after. But for Tariq Nasheed, it's strictly business. And Tariq Nasheed had, the Hidden Colors series. He used to talk a lot about Africa positively. He traveled to several African countries, and he used to talk about those places positively, encouraging people to go to those places. And all of a sudden, he started disrespecting migrants. I think a lot of people have not heard how many negative things he's been saying about migrants, even Haitians, knowing that he made a DVD about Haiti, about the Haitian Revolution, 1804 and so on. So the way I see it for him is just strictly business. He saw a niche and he just went with it. He just rolled with it,
Yeah, like it's the same thing as, how to Mac. He's Macking in 2023 and 2024 with this with a different program. That's all he's doing. He's taking another, some kind of degenerate thinking, and he's wrapped it in some sort of pro so-called foundational Black American rhetoric, man. And that's all he's doing. That's all he's doing. He's macking people again. He's fooling people again. That's all he is. He's a deceiver. And if you look at his moves, some of those Hidden Color documentaries, they're full of BS, man. Look who he has. Phil Valentine? What? You can't take that seriously.
It's mainly some Afro-Asiatic stuff, Yeah. Mainly that's what it is, And lately we've seen on the HOK, when you have a guy who can comfortably say that he hates Africans as a people, he celebrates their death. This platform, really, if somebody's like a Black Christian, if he's not like Asiatic, like Muslim or Moor or Hebrew, then he doesn't have much space, because they don't respect anything else, and it's a shame. Because even like for Dr. Martin Luther King to be called a B,
oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you have the right to disagree with him and his ways and so on, but to label that and the same one who calls Dr. Martin Luther King a B, he sends money to a convicted rapist. So the convicted rapist is his brother, but Dr. Martin Luther King is a B. I mean, it's just out of hand. But it's only so long one can pretend, So they're not gonna really last too long because it's too messy. But I'll leave it there.
But but what else could you expect from people who are anti-self? They're the bees, because look what they're promoting. They're the ones who are promoting anti-self and anti-Black rhetoric. They are.
Do not be persecuted by the pompous fedora, balanced by the equilibrium fortified by the government's inability to eradicate or foreshadow.
Hey, the precursors of the ISUPK out there, right on Times Square. Man, you would think they were part of the Klan.
Oh my God.
They would call you all kinds of names, Black people, all kinds of names, man. And the thing is that it just goes part and parcel with being anti-self with anti-self teaching.
Yeah.
They should call it they should call it exotic Negro disease. That's what they should call it. An exotic Negro. Okay, fine. Go find your magic carpet.
Oh my God.
First of all, we must.
I'm sorry, divinely inspired.
First of all, we must internalize the flatulation of the matter by transmitting the effervescence of the Indonesian proximity in order to further segregate the crux of my venereal infection. See, because to preclude on the issue of world domination would only circumcise the revelation that reflects the aphrodisiac symptoms which now perpetrates the Jericho's activation.
Exactly.
Were you referring to them?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you mentioned
Sterling, have you ever encountered any of these people, Sterling?
Say that again.
He said, "Have you ever encountered any of these people?"
Me, every day.
You talking about like the weigh-ins?
No.
New York City too, but being from New York City, man. I mean, man, that's who New York City is full of them people like.
Another joint. Hold this up right here. Another joint right here. By Oswald Quick, Freemasonry, the origin of Freemasonry. Now look at me right quick. I think Oswald crazy. This message is for you. Oswald don't like nobody getting his information out, but this is raw information in this.
I shouldn't attempt this.
I can't stand that.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't attempt this right now because the internet, StreamYard is terrible. StreamYard is terrible right now. But go ahead. We're talking about the groups of people that are promoting these different ideologies and that are anti, African descent, or even anti the story that our ancestors migrated to the country through the conditions that they were brought in, to create a whole new fantasy illusion, and often a lot of times when you ask them who they're going to vote for, they're like not even trying to vote. What do you think about that?
Well, I guess full discretion, I'm white. I'm white.
Oh damn! What?
Yeah, I'm white.
You are?
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Well, you didn't sound that. You didn't sound that way, Sterling, man. You fooled me. Okay. But
I didn't.
But you know what?
I didn't mean to like. Yeah, I wasn't trying to fool nobody. I just felt like I should.
Wait a minute. Are you a Moorish white? Like.
To be honest.
Yeah, true. You gotta make sure.
To be honest, I don't even know what that is, and y'all have used a bunch of acronyms that I don't even know what they are. I don't mean to like dismiss the question, but have I encountered people like that? Yeah, I'm from the South, so I've heard people say all kind of things, but like I feel like I don't know. I just feel like there's certain issues that are so big that they affect all of us. And I heard someone earlier say that when I go to vote, I'm doing it in a selfish way. And I don't blame any. I think we should all start there. Start with what's in our own best interest. And then what's really difficult is when you vote against your own best interest. For example, let's say I graduated with a bunch of student loan debt. And let's say I worked hard and paid it all off. And let's say that even now I'm pushing for free education. I'm not trying to get the money that I spent back, right? I might harbor some sort of grudge, or I might say that this tax plan would have me paying more, but it's better for society. And that's where I feel like we need to be. We need to focus on education, healthcare, housing, food cost, inflation, and there's so many things that all of us are being affected by. And when I say all of us, I mean the 99% at the bottom. And regardless of what acronym or Moors or whatever, I don't know I don't even know how to answer that, to be honest. I'm just a guy.
You lucky.
I'm just serving.
You're lucky.
Yeah.
You're lucky you don't know what it could. Because, by the way, that's what's interesting about being white, I would think, even though there's some different fashions, right? There's Northerners, there's Southerners, right? That's the old classic ones, the ones, the Dixie ones, and then the Confederates, right? And then you have some newer ones where I guess you would say other groups, other European or people that would be called white in America fit into, right? Somehow, right? But outside of that, I mean, African Americans, we're dealing with a lot of degrees of separation.
Oh, yeah.
Because we have so many more identities. like just everywhere, and it kind of becomes, I don't know how much of a hindrance it is, but they're very present. And I think we're also blamed for it too, because people will say to us, vote, why don't you vote, why don't you vote? And then when you look at the data, you might see a certain percentage that may not vote, but that's America in itself. They say what what's the percentage of Americans that even vote, man?
Less than
So
50. I think it's like 40 something.
right, and African Americans voting is way higher than 50%. So at the end of the day, maybe it's not that big of an issue, but those are some of the dynamics that we face. I mean, when people are talking about why don't we do something? We have groups of people that in reality have the same actual history pretty much, but there's, I guess you would call it, what do you call this, cults? We got cults, man.
Cults, man. Yeah.
Cults. We got cults, and there are a lot of different ones. We got Moors. We have I don't know. It's too many to say. Yeah, is Hebrew Israelites.
Economic.
It's just so many.
Well, I mean, like, I guess at the end of the day, I hope that maybe I came up here and shared an opinion that that you don't hear very often. One that was sensible and reasonable, and maybe one that if you'd have judged me, the book by its cover, and I wouldn't blame you, that maybe you would have thought that I wasn't gonna say that, or I wouldn't have said that, or I didn't feel that way, and so
right.
I feel like we can all benefit from focusing on what we have in common, and working together. And it's easy for me to say that, right? I get it, but all I'm saying is,
right,
I just think that hopefully I've demonstrated that I feel like we're all together in this, and the things I've said help us all. And once we realize that us is really the 99% versus them, that's when I think things will get fair.
Let me ask you a question. Did you is this the first time you've been on the panel?
I think I've been up here before.
Once before, right?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. Okay, right. I think I saw you before, right, man? And you look a little different now, maybe. But I thought that was you. That's why I didn't check you again. But then the second time you look different, and so I just had to process that. But now I know who it is, so I'm straight. You've been here before, so that's the reason why. But no problem, man. I mean, at the end of the day, we all have to be willing to communicate and debate and discuss these issues. And nobody should be no one should be excluded from that, because in my view, right now, it's helpful for us. It's important that we have platforms where certain groups of people are able to spawn some kind of comfort and familiarity with these topics, and a lot of times African Americans or Black people feel discriminated against and feel like they don't have platforms. So it's good to highlight these that group, but at the same time, I think it's healthy for us to also be in dialogue with others that so we can see how some of these issues are not just purely race based, that even we could the idea of race, quote unquote, and that a lot of us across lines share a lot in common, but let me ask you this, brother, just because what you said, I do agree with, I like, and I think everybody would like that. But what do you think about reparations? Are you for that? I mean, if Congress talked about voting for that, would you be for it?
I was for reparations decades ago. The problem is someone else pointed out on the panel is even the people who are the biggest advocates of it, when you dig into the details, they're very lacking about how to go about it. And so, and I think at this point, I think what would be more straightforward is if we target the poor, and if we level the playing field between the CEOs and the rest of us. And I think that, you know, I think in a way that's a more I think that will redistribute the wealth in a way that you could put on paper, in a way that wouldn't be as hard to figure out how to do it. Because, and again, I think, in my opinion, my humble opinion, I think the biggest difference that separates people in our country is wealth. And I don't think it's middle class versus working class. I think it's the top 1% versus the rest of us.
Right. But that's not I
Yeah.
agree. I know what you mean. I agree with that this idea about wealth, right? That's what separates a lot of us. But it's it's also like about politics. Like, why, how can it be right for anybody that lives in the United States of America to know that the country was literally built on slavery? It got its wealth on the slavery of black people, African people that they brought there on ships, didn't allow to vote, didn't allow to get any benefits for centuries, right? And that is not that, and that there is no clear conversation about reparation for that group. Like, don't you think it's a little insane for African Americans to just keep going along with this? I mean, we know that it's about the wealth. We know there's a wealth gap. We know that. We know there's there's an access gap by all means to everything in the United States, right? And but why should we keep going along with this game when nobody's willing to even address the fact that how the country got rich was to torment, torture, to commit one of the worst atrocities that's ever been committed to any people on earth? How can that go unaddressed? How can we be sane? If that's allowed to go unaddressed, does it affect other people? Should it happen to us, some other people, and then we just don't address that too? How can African Americans look at anybody else in their face and say, I give a shit about your pain? I'm just asking you that. I know that's not on you, but
Yeah.
since you here, I'm
I
just
mean,
curious. Like, what do you think about that?
I mean, far be it for me to speak for how black people should feel. I mean, but I mean,
No,
I
but
don't know.
if
That's a
you were
tough, like,
in that situation, could you? How could you even like? I mean, wouldn't you think that's a little insane?
yes,
I'm.
yes.
I
I
don't. I
also
don't. I
think
don't
it's
want you to say that, though. I'm just
no. I mean,
asking.
yes.
That's all.
And I
Yeah.
answered you one
Okay.
word answer. Yes, it's insane. But there's a
Mhm.
lot of things that are insane, and like when people are dying because they can't afford their insulin.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter to me what
It's
color that
insane.
person is. That's insane too, and both should be addressed.
Mhm.
And like where I get, again, I don't want to repeat myself, but and by the way, like
Mhm.
I grew up in the deep south. Like I was one of the only white kids in my school, so I got
Mhm.
a different viewpoint, probably different from a lot of other white people. Um,
Mhm.
so I'm not saying I lived it, but I saw poverty up close and personal, and I
Mhm.
see it every day. And but then again, there's some counties in West Virginia, for example, who were going through the same level of poverty, and they've been victims of the system in a different way, in a different system. Maybe their ancestors didn't suffer as much going through it. I don't debate that, but here and now they're suffering just as much, and I feel like when we target people who are suffering and we take it out of the pockets of the people who were profiting off of us, then we get
Mhm.
closer to setting things back fair.
But okay, I get you. But uh, for African American, I mean, and please somebody else speak because I'm not the only one. And we have Black Americans have differences too, But I mean, in my mind, I'm just thinking like again, it's another way of saying dragging us along to say, think about what's affecting everybody else, while no one is going to fucking stop and think how insane it is to an African American to have to think, to have to sit here after hundreds of fucking years, man. You see what I mean? And to know that the country is literally built on our ancestors, and there has not been justice over that crime. That we're talking a long time here. We're not asking other people to do that. We're not asking Jewish people to do that. We didn't tell Jewish people to wait fucking 200 fucking years, yo. Excuse me, but I'm just saying, like, you get where I'm coming from? Who else are we asking this for?
That's right.
And then then the Jim Crow laws came in right behind it that made it just as bad.
But I like the fact that you spoke on this, brother. I like the fact that you spoke on this, Sterling, man, and you're welcome anytime. I'm so happy that you did, because it's not a lot of people that are brave enough as you and decent as you to come up here and say the things that you said, man. Like, really. So I want to give you some props for saying that, and I want you to dialoguing. But if you couldn't say that, I wouldn't be able to say what I felt. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying something shouldn't happen that addresses the poverty. And more people do experience poverty. So many people are experiencing poverty, but that's not the same thing. We're talking about insanity. We're talking about knowing that along the whole way, everybody's talking about everyone else, and people are just, it's like gaslighting. It's like we have to watch this shit every day. And it's beginning to have an effect on us politically, African Americans, because now we're getting divided over this issue. You see what I mean? Like, it's really harming us, man. Like, but anyway, let me mute out a little bit. Go ahead, y'all. Thanks, Sterling, for coming up again, and everybody else. I'm gonna mute out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, America has to pay what it owes, man. And you're right. I mean, we're watching, like it or not, Israel. That is a form of reparations. Jews came from, after being persecuted in Germany or by the Nazis, what have you, they were allowed to settle. And being bankrolled by Western powers, what have you, right? That is a form of reparations. The Japanese, after they were interned in these concentration camps here, they were given reparations. Certain slave masters, after the Emancipation Proclamation was made official, and started freeing Black folks, right? Slave masters were given $300 per slave lost. That's reparations. Native Americans, some nations are very, very, very wealthy. Some First Nations are super wealthy because of what? They were able to establish certain types of
treaties.
Treaties, yes. And those treaties, they were allowed land and what have you, right? And what they do with their land, i.e., build casinos, hospitals, what have you, they have. That's what they do. And I believe that let's say the Mohawks, right, the Mohicans, right, they get like $75,000 per person in that tribe, right? So everybody except for Black folks. And even this, I'm sorry, this nation was built on our backs. What they did was they wanted to get rid of the natives, right, and set us up as the workforce. That's what they wanted. That's what they did. They wanted to grow rice. So what they do? Get rice growing Africans. Sugar? Oh yeah, sugar growing Africans. Get them from all the plantations from all over the place, what have you, in the Caribbean and certain places in Africa. Sure. And that's what they did. But we can't wait for trickle down anything.
Yeah, and the thing. Go ahead, Devon.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Andre. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, and when it comes to Israel, that crime didn't happen here in America.
Or didn't.
Someplace else, but you don't know that by the way they talk about what we can and can't say here in America. That didn't happen here. But we're supposed to remember their atrocity. God forbid we say something, that they consider anti-Semitic or anti-Zionist or whatever words they want to use. When we speak about injustices we see going on around the world, God forbid that. But when it comes to what we went through, they tell us get over it.
Yep.
So long ago, get over it. But we're reminded every year, July 4th, we're reminded. Every year. We get reminded of the stuff that they have done. Thanksgiving Day is a reminder. They don't want to acknowledge that it wasn't a good day. They want us to believe it was something other than the Pilgrims and Indians and coming down, sitting and having the power. No, it wasn't that. But that's not the story they tell, right? So when we speak and we tell this is what's happening to our community and this is how we feel about it, and we still haven't gotten our reparations yet, we're told to shut up. They say shut up and dribble. As they were telling everybody else, telling the basketball players to do. But something's wrong when we say we still have not been, have not received, and the federal government owes that too. Not just it's the federal government that put things in place that allowed these things to happen. It's the federal government. I don't care if it was, the federal government back then. It's still the federal government that did that to a certain group of people. That now they should repay that money back. The federal government should do that because they instituted laws even after that, during Jim Crow, and then with the military, how a lot of our guys coming back from the war couldn't get the GI Bill and all that stuff affected us for years, even up to this day.
Yep.
It's still affecting us, but they don't want to look at that. They want us to be reminded of stuff that happened to other people. But when it comes to us, we got to figure out how we can erase all that stuff that happened. We don't want to talk about it. Can't talk about slavery. Can't talk about anything that's gonna, make them upset in their human body. But when it comes to us, you can say whatever you want to say. We're not supposed to have the same kind of feelings because we didn't have those kind of feelings. We were partly animal, so we didn't feel like human beings felt. So they can feel justified again in denying us the same. Common decency they would do any other human besides Black Americans. So it could be exhausting at times, but there's still things that that we need to keep trying to do to bring all this stuff to the forefront. I don't care how mad they get. The truth of it is what it is. This did happen, and it's still happening to a certain extent. Now there might be some people who are doing okay in this economy. There might be some people out there fine, but when you look at look at all of us as a whole, we are not. Those who are out there making a good living, fine, good. We're not even, disputing those claims. But us as a whole, we're still incarcerated more than everybody. We're still having more sicknesses than everybody. We're still put in the worst parts of town than everybody. All those things are still affecting us today based upon laws they put in place decades ago. That we didn't redline. We didn't do that.
Oop.
Those laws are still out there, even though they want to say they're not. They're still affecting us to this day. And for anybody to deny that is mind-boggling. So that's what I have to say about that.
Yeah, but I like from what I hear from Sterling, he's not denying it.
Yeah, he's not.
Saying,
yeah,
we need to get on our program and come up with it. We need to, as African Americans, we need to be concise about this and come up with a reparations plan.
Just cut the check. What plan does it need? Did everybody else have to have a plan? No, they just got checks cut. What plan? Help me. Maybe I'm missing something.
It's funny though because we come up with plan. We find it's not like you said. The Holocaust did not happen in the United States of America, and I'm not anti-Jewish. I'm not against the Holocaust or anything against. I understand that was a serious issue, and I understand there's interconnections with people too, and racism. I understand that, right? But it just seems like the conversation politically the changes somewhat. I mean, a lot of Americans don't understand what the hell we're doing in a lot of places, but our tax dollars go there.
Yeah.
Americans don't understand why the hell we were in Afghanistan.
Mm-hmm.
That was a huge issue. A lot of, people didn't understand it, but they went ahead with it because of the security apparatus said so. Why can't the security apparatus say, yo, what African Americans are facing is beyond politics. This is a pure issue of right and wrong. Something has to be done about it, and start from there. But we don't hear other people saying something has to be done about it. Why do African Americans have to be the ones that say something has to be done about it? It was the biggest, outside of Native Americans being annihilated, genocide. It was the biggest event that occurred that shaped the Western world, let alone the United States. I mean, why can't the other Americans get on that program the same way they get on the program with other stuff? I mean,
yeah,
I don't know. What do you think about that idea, Sterling? And I'm sorry you got to be the one person.
I'm glad he's here. I'm glad he's here.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here, man. So don't take it personal.
You good? You good? I feel the need to remind you of the thing I said at first. I'm pro reparations the last 20 something years, and I just haven't seen it. And I've seen Bernie Sanders, for example, to answer your question, is not a black person, and he worked hand in hand with Jim Clyburn, and they struggled to come up with a plan on paper that would do reparations. And if you saw in the last election, all the hands go up as far as like who was for reparations, and then you saw that there was absolutely zero laws introduced to Congress that would facilitate that. To me, it seems like it's easy to say, and I realize the historical significance of it. I understand all the instances where the United States has paid reparations. I know that historically it's been done, and that's one of the main reasons why I'm for it. It's the right thing to do. We've done it historically. Cut the check. I get you, but it's a little more complicated than that. The same way, free healthcare. Well, yeah, just make it free. Like, no, that's going to be thousands and thousands of pages that lawyers have to go through and write. And it's going to have to go through Congress. The president's going to have to sign it. It's going to get, I mean, I don't even know the whole process. But
yeah, I get all that, but it didn't seem like they had any problems. It took them long for everybody else. Was it decades that went by? I don't think so. I'm just saying, when it comes to us, it seems like there's always this caveat somewhere, something we got to do this first, or we got to discuss it first, or it's always, or we gotta, and we're still stuck at square one. Nobody, you didn't hear that about anybody else, that we gotta. They just did it. Even when it came to passing the anti-black crime. They didn't do that, but they did. As soon as it started happening to the Asians, what happened? Wasn't no discussion. But none of that happened. It got passed immediately. And we are 3 years later, 4 years later, almost 4 years later. Nothing.
And we were the boogeymen behind that anti-Asian crime bill.
Yes.
Anti-hate. Right? So So when are African Americans going to get any type of anti-hate crime bill passed in our favor? You see what I'm saying? So it's always a struggle when it comes down to us. But everybody else, 1, 2, 3, boom, boom, boom.
They got a revolving door. You can just walk in right back out. Walk in, done, come back out the door. Us, the door gets stuck. What's wrong? We can't get through.
There ain't no door for them. It's always like a fun house full of mirrors for us.
Yeah.
And that's what we're getting sick of. So man.
And when you hear people like Phil Donahue say, if we give them all that money, they're not going to know what to do with it. Well, okay, but that's not your call. It ain't your business what we do with it. You didn't ask anybody else what they did with theirs.
Yeah, if I want to buy a truck full of Newports, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, what difference does it make to you? You know, but there's always something. There's always some caveat. Some, like I said, there's some caveat somewhere where they want to feel justified in withholding,
Right.
as opposed to doing what's right. The right thing to do would have been done. You should have done it years ago. This ain't brand new.
In 100
And
years.
so you still got some of our military personnel, the elderly men and women who served in the military, that the government's just now saying, yeah, we had racist policies back then. We sure did. Yep. Anything we can keep from giving y'all the GI Bill, we did that. Yep, we did. Yeah, we got to fix that. Now we got to fix it. But it took them suing them for them to acknowledge that, yeah, yep, that's what we did. Yep. Yep, we kept some of your families from getting the GI Bill that would have allowed them a free education like the other people. Yep. Yeah, we did that. Mm-hmm.
And then with that same GI, where you can go and get, let's say, housing, you were redlined.
Mm-hmm.
My father was redlined.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he came out of the service. So, hey, there's always the struggle when it comes down to us.
Yeah, black people always want a handout. Yeah, you weren't crying that when you were getting them. When you got all the land grants and all the farming this and you got all that, wasn't nobody hollering. Nobody. Oh, we good over here. But as soon as it did become quote unquote available to other people, all of a sudden it becomes a problem. All of a sudden it's an entitlement. They didn't consider an entitlement when they got it. It was a rites of passage just for being a particular group of people in America. But now all of a sudden it's an issue when it comes to us getting the same thing you get. It becomes, oh, we got to pass 20 bills before, we got to make this go around so many times before we even want to take a look at it because we're too dizzy by the time it comes back around again. I mean, it's just constant. I mean, I don't know what are we supposed to do? Or if our government doesn't, how are we going to fix this? What are we going to do? How are we going to do what Sterling says? How are we going to do that? How are we going to present this stuff that it has to be a bill and this goes? How's that? It can't even get off the floor from discussion.
Right.
How's it going to go any further when the people who we voted in to represent who we are not representing us? How's that going to get done?
Yeah, I hear you. And like, for example, how are we ever going to get affordable drugs and healthcare if Big Pharma pays Jim Clyburn over $1 million and then he turns around and shoots down Medicare for all?
Exactly.
The people that we've trusted, that I myself have even voted for, aren't doing us any favors. They're not representing us, and they've sold us out. And I've seen examples of black leaders selling me out, and I've seen plenty of examples of white men selling black. It's again, at this point, I think that there's a way to target poverty that will lift a majority of black people up, and it won't just be black. It'll be bringing all of us up, and I think that, again, in today's society, they changed the game, and now the people at the top are the CEOs and the board of directors, and all of us are just peons compared to them.
Correct.
But our issue is separate and aside from that, actually, because with our issue, there are laws that need to be changed, and there's like this is generational for us. It's you have people. I mean, this whole system is anti-black. It just is.
Yeah.
Because in lending, farming, the black farmers suffered because they weren't getting the same grants that the white farmers were.
Yeah.
So people who had farms for years, for 100 years or so, gone, right? Then also, even with even medicine, there's a medical apartheid. Also, when it comes to us, everything is predicated on race for us first.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's a struggle to be recognized as being human beings.
Yeah.
I mean, look,
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it seems like, you know, it's a double it's a double standard there politically for African Americans, because we're being asked to think of
Mm-hmm.
everyone, and but everyone's not. You know, the problem is that nobody thought about us.
Right.
Yeah,
They're
and then
talking
when we
about
don't,
in
you
the
get the
laws.
Michael Rappaports of the world coming out saying his crap, right?
And he's a culture vulture also.
I mean, yeah, I mean, in the laws, nobody thought about us in the laws that whole time. No one else said, "Hey, whoa, 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 whoa." You know, now it's been, you know, now it's been some time now, and African American, the issue of African Americans and reparations hasn't been addressed. It was supposed to be addressed. It never was. And but people aren't saying that. People are
Yeah.
saying, like, you know, we need to find a way to do it for everybody. But do you think human beings work that way, Sterling? Like, don't you think more people are going to come out all of a sudden after they say, like, well, I do agree to some extent, you know, as far as wealth and power, these things like insulin and all of this stuff, access to, you know, issues of poverty and things like that, they need to be eradicated. There's no excuse. But that shouldn't be an issue for reparations either. It shouldn't be like, "Oh, but we got to do reparation. We can't do this and do reparations." I don't get it, because it's just, to me, it just seems like we're being asked to be American, but not be. When it's good for everybody else, we're being asked to be American. But when it's an issue that actually really did affect us and was never addressed and was a heinous crime, you know, I mean, one of the worst crimes ever committed, right? Then all of a sudden, everyone's not jumping on board. Everybody's not saying that, you know. And I think if everybody did, it's good, it's honorable that Bernie Sanders did attempt to address it. And as we discussed earlier, actually, ironically, I think Red, what was his name that was up here? The guy's name. He made
Smoke
one
reloaded.
comment about Smoke Reloaded, right? He made one comment about how the Democratic Party treated Bernie Sanders, right? What do you think about that? Like, do you think Bernie Sanders got when he brought up the reparations thing? Do you think he got a raw deal because of that through the Democratic Party?
I voted for Bernie Sanders in the primaries in 2016, and then when Hillary and the DNC cheated him, I voted third party. I voted the Green Party, the party of free healthcare and free education. And then in 2020, I voted for Bernie Sanders in the primaries. And when they cheated him again, I voted for the Green Party again. And there are certain instances where even I am willing to vote against my own personal best interest for the interest of society. And I can only imagine how hard it would be to let go of all that pain and all that hurt and think of a more collective approach. I can't begin to ask people to let that go. But in certain ways,
I mean, yeah, and go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Well, yeah, that's enough said. Yeah, I mean, I understand it, but I feel like as people, when we vote against, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
I just feel like, look, in as much smaller ways, I okay, like in regardless, like aside from all this, right? Race or anything, I suffered in ways, right? And I could turn around and vote to help myself. But I saw a broken system. And so in a lot of ways, I'm going to vote against my own best interest for the future of all of us. And that doesn't make it right what happened. But I haven't seen a bill that makes it right. I don't think you can make it right. And at some point, we gotta be able to fix the things that we can fix and move forward together. And I don't know how else to go about it.
Well, it's starting to have some. It's starting to create some political complications because, as you could hear, I think anybody could hear it. You know, there was a time where African Americans were politically were more unified, maybe, right? But this issue of reparations is creating a divide. You know, and that divide is creating another conversation, and that other conversation is because of that you can hear what's coming out of it. You hear, for example, someone like, I don't know if you follow this guy or aware of him, but you hear like someone like Tariq Nasheed, who says he's for reparations, but at the same time he's against a lot of other groups, essentially. You know, which is what he's come up with this new term FBA, you know, or right. And so it's kind of creating a problem. And then you have an individual like Trump that's kind of leans on that too. You know, at times he's not talking reparations, but he's talking like, you know, African Americans, like he acknowledges Black Americans. He acknowledges Black Americans, you know, but everybody else, no, you know. The other ones, no, we don't acknowledge them. And the other types of people, we don't acknowledge them. But at the same time, Trump isn't championing reparations either, right? But somehow the sum effect is that African Americans are somewhat being split. I mean, it seems like that to me anyway. I'm not sure what the data says, but judging from the conversations I've been hearing, it sounds like another group is emerging, and that's one that doesn't want to be a part of this shit with everybody else all the time. You know, that they're just simply beginning to say, you know what, screw everybody else, like politically, you know, and because there's no reparations, you know. And then think about this. Let's say that everybody does get together and they say, hey, right now, let's all at least do what we can do together, what makes sense for everybody. And let's say we do that. The year after, someone's going to be back at the table who's not African American talking about a discrimination bill towards them. And people are going to be like, yeah, we could do that. I mean,
but they did that already, Bennett.
Right. That's what I'm saying. How did it benefit all Americans, the anti-Asian hate bill? How did that benefit all Americans? How does discussing the Holocaust benefit all Americans? I mean, how does the thing about, I mean, you can make a case that the issue of women's rights affects all Americans. You know, there's a case to be made for that. But at the same time, there's a lot of people that's even saying, no, I don't even want to hear that either. Because guess what? If you do it for all women, African American women's issues still won't be addressed.
Yeah, because even when Biden tried to pass the thing for the farmers, for the Black farmers, to get to be made equal or to get equity, all of a sudden they got all these lawsuits from white farmers. How come we can't get any of that money? It's just nonstop. It doesn't matter. It's like every time we try to say this is where we've been aggrieved, they come up with something, you know, to say no, you really haven't. No, you haven't. And how dare you ask for more when, you know, what about me? Well, you have the opportunity. I don't understand how a group of people who had a 400-year head start are still hollering. I don't get that. I just don't.
I mean, what happens to African Americans is called a crime against humanity.
Humanities, exactly.
You know? But yet, for some reason, that's the one crime against humanity just not getting addressed, you know, or one of them, one of the bigger ones that's not being addressed So I don't think it's looking good for American politics. I think it's unhealthy. I mean, the main reason why I'm pro reparations is because I actually think not only is it good for African Americans, but it's good for all Americans. I don't see reparations as a issue that just is like, it's only good for African Americans. Well, when they get their reparations or they get their tax deductions or their benefits or whatever it is, their check, where do you think they're going to spend that money? In American stores. What do you think that economy is going to feed? American economy. It's going right back into the economy to circulate. So I don't see how. I don't even understand why folks would be against it if they for the economy. Even I don't even understand it. And I'll give you an example of that. In the country I'm living in, Denmark right now, right in Copenhagen. I mean, people talk about the social welfare program, the benefits that parents get, right? Every time you have a child, each household with a child, each child gets a certain amount of money that's all paid for by the taxpayers. Nobody's saying that ain't good for the economy. No, because where are you going to spend that money? It's gonna be go right back into the economy. Whatever benefits everybody gets with a child, it goes right back into the buying goods from the supermarket, supporting other local businesses. Supporting cultural events. Just it goes back into the society. It's lifting the society up. But somehow, when it comes to our issue, they don't see giving restitution towards us as benefiting the society. It's made to seem like we're thinking about us. I don't think that's what that is.
But even if we were, okay, why not?
Yeah, but even if we were, okay, I mean, no, don't get me wrong. And part of it, yeah, you're supposed to think about that stuff, but it's not hurting America. It's actually
Right.
going to benefit America in a lot
Yeah.
of ways, not only economically, but politically. It's going to help unify, it helps put us all on the same page, justice,
Yeah.
And then so when there's some foreign power coming in trying to use disinformation to divide us, it won't work. Right now, they're going to use foreign powers are going to use the fact that the United States has not paid reparations to African Americans as a political tool.
They do it now.
And guess what? Because there hasn't been reparations, they may even see it as justified an attack on the United States. They may even see it as, look at what they did to African Americans. You see how unjust that country is. Now you see what they're doing to us too. They use it as a political tool.
Good point, VP. Good point.
I mean, they do. They preaching that. That's what they're preaching, and it's really coming to a point where it's like, wow, when is this shit going to end? Like, because you can't be split, or you can be, but it's not the best way to be. It's not the best way to be split half American, to feel half American, to feel like you get halfway justice. That's not the same feeling as you feeling like you get justice. When you feel like you get justice, you go out there and you die for your country. You go out there and you do your best by everybody else. But when you don't feel like you're the same, why would you give your best?
Yeah.
Also, is Bernie Sanders still in favor of reparations? I don't think so.
Well, like, I'm sure if you did like a quick hand raise, his hand would go up. So it would depend how you define it. Because, on that same stage, Kamala's hand went up, Cory Booker's hand went up, Jim Clybur's hand would go up. So again, like, it's easy to say that, and I mean, it's harder to implement it. And I'm not justifying that. I'm just saying that for example, I would ask you guys, like, show me the bill. Has anybody put one forward? Is there one that, because obviously there's a lot of ways to go about this, a lot of different numbers that would be involved, where the money would come from.
Well, it's a bill out there.
And so, to my knowledge, no one's really put. Oh yeah,
isn't there a bill out there right now?
Who wrote it?
Yeah, there's a bill, and they're working on the bill. Quiet is kept. They are working on a bill, and there is a bill out there. There's been a bill out there, and it's been in the Congress hands for a minute, and it keeps being reevaluated and worked on, But I understand what you mean. It doesn't say, it is kind of, it also looks a little different because that bill has been out there for a minute and reworked, a few different times just because it has to get through. It has to get a vote, and before it gets a vote, it goes through another process. You see what I mean? So. And that process has taken a long time, but it to me, it just seems like the bigger, and it's just my opinion, and I could be wrong, and anybody that disagrees, that's fine, because I may not be right, but my ultimate feeling is that there's nothing more than like spookism behind it,
because
like fear, like like that's yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, my question, because about Bernie Sanders, like his current position on it, because he was asked at on the Breakfast Club actually about reparations, and he gave a very either a duplicitous kind of answer or no, and that could be pulled up real quick actually,
Sure.
But he's also in favor of funding Israel.
Yep.
Which we really have no business funding at all, actually, because Andrea's right. That did not happen on American soil, to American people. So I don't know,
And we didn't do it to them, right? It wasn't the Americans that did it to them, right? But for some reason, we have to be quiet.
So now our tax dollars are funding a genocide.
Yeah. But it's not about taxes, though. It's not about taxes.
It's not about taxes now.
It's not about taxes. He said God put him in there. He believes God put him in there. I mean, seriously. And we're back to the religious stuff. Then you get religion involved in it. Then you got one group praying for the other group. Can we see what BB? Let me see what you're
Sorry, I broke up.
You see, there's a lot of conflicting information, but I think you're right about duplicity. The duplicity.
Say what?
Better ways to help than what?
You see this?
Oh, it says there are better ways to help people than writing a check.
Asking more. Right. That's yeah. I mean, to help people.
Hang on, I'm sorry.
Than to write a check, and that was no one got that far. But by the way, the United Nations has never defined reparations as being writing a check simply. Nobody's ever said it have to be one thing or another. But one, is giving tax deductions writing a check? No. But does it affect your pocket? Yes. It still affects your pocket. Any reparation is going to affect your pocket like a check. So what's the, what's the holdup? It doesn't matter if it's a check or not a check.
Right. And it's also repealing some of these laws, man, that are in effect, man, some of these practices. Mm-hmm. You see? So it's more than just money.
Like why can't we just be
transparent?
Right. I mean, but why can't we just be immune? Why can't we just be a group that's classified to where we just don't have to pay taxes?
Yeah, and another thing too is, why are we the only ones when it comes to voting? The Voting Rights Act has to come around and around for us, but everybody else doesn't have that problem. It's still back to us. Everything comes back to us that they keep coming at us for one reason or another. And unless the Black people coming to America classify themselves as another ethnicity, they fall into that same category, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not understanding, unless some of them, because I know some of them said they can check off being white if they're Ethiopian and stuff like that. Then it's the same problem. It's perpetuated for however long they want to perpetuate it for. So now they keep trying to make all these laws that say, making it hard to vote. They keep making it harder to vote. They keep trying to say there's voter fraud. They keep trying to say all these things to keep us. Oh, now you can't give water to people in line. You can't give food. It's insane. It's insane. They don't want the early voting. We want to cut that out. We want it's insane because it's targeted at us. It's not targeted at any other group of people. But yet, here we are, and people would still want to say there's no racism in America. It's over. We had our first Black president. We're good. Ain't nothing going on.
But then when we try to vote, right, what they'll do is they'll shut the whole polling place down.
Exactly.
They did it in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, when people wanted to vote for Bernie Sanders, that's what they did. That's exactly what they did.
Yeah.
Certain places you were not able to vote because they said, "Oh, the problem with the machines, this is and that, so and so, blah blah blah," and there was nothing happening like that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just mind-boggling. It just is, and I mean, like, people can't see it for what it really is, what's really happening. Even to the person who was on there earlier, if you can't see it for what it really is and see what's really happening, it's like I said, it's all and then some. There are so many things, so many balls up in the air right now that affect us as Black people. Which one do you want to fall first?
It's funny because like when Trump said, "Look at my African American over there," I guess he was pointing at my man over there. What's his name?
Ben Carson.
Yes, look at my African American. You see him dancing. Get out of here with that.
And they have the convenient. I have a Black friend or whatever. I mean, it's just ad nauseum. It's just over and over. It's the same old ish
every day.
Yeah. DB, that's why, I mean, I know I get on here sometimes and I kind of get off kilter, but I get so sick and tired of all the excuses we continue to, we as Black people, since he's saying, sounds like, we're supposed to be B1, that we keep making excuses for other people's behavior. But when it comes to us, there is none. Just a bunch of sorry, lazy, no good, dirty scumbags from our own B1 people. It's ridiculous. Him asking for anybody to come and ask you, are you Black? Are you a feminist? No, what in the hell is all of that?
Yeah, what's up with that?
What's up with that? I mean, seriously. When you can come out there and try to disparage somebody else's opinion, that goes to show you who you really are. You're not B1 because you're insulting us and thinking that we're not, or we are, or whatever. If we're not, even if we're not, what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? Nothing. Except for you trying to prove a point that you weren't capable of doing because you resulted to name calling. And that's to fall back for people who don't have an answer or who can't come out here and look, like I said, I get heated on. I mean, that's just me. And I'm not going to apologize for that to that degree, but I do try to come on here civilly, but sometimes I just can't because it sounds like that slave mentality talk all over again.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. All over again, over and over and over, even from our own. Sounds like that over and over again. And enough is enough. I don't have to prove my Blackness to anybody.
Nope.
But I will if I have to. That's the part I don't like. Enough of us trying to come at each other. We have enough of that. We don't need any of us doing that to any of us. We got enough of that on a daily basis.
Enough issues as it is, man. That's right.
Yeah. And then to come out here and try to insult one of your own because I have a differing opinion than you speaks to your character, speaks to your integrity, speaks to whether you're honest or not. Because if you are truly believing what you say, you don't have to do what you did. I didn't call you out your name. I didn't call you that man or any of that. But when you have nothing else to say that is going to be beneficial to people listening, that's what happens. And it's unfortunate that we're doing this quote unquote to each other. All that has to stop. It really does. It really does. And I'm not for either one of the parties. I've been voting a particular way. And, I try to, even in the city, I try to look at who has a record of this.
I know it's not only Smoke Reloaded that.
No, I'm just talking about him today because that's who we were just today. But I'm not for any particular party. I will vote who I think is going to be best for our community or whatever. So, I don't like hearing all that. That to me is it just makes it even worse for us to try to come together and try to make it better. Go ahead,
Right,
BB.
I'm gonna ask one more question, and then I said I'm gonna close up shop today. How many? How do you all right? Do you all feel that I've heard this before, but I don't give a damn. It's like we have a country, and this is the way things happen. It happens through the law and the Congress and the Senate, and the president signs whatever's going to happen. Period. That's how most things are happening, unless it's war. But this thing or COVID, right? Whichever one, I don't know. But it says here both President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris as candidates in the 2020 endorsed the federal study of reparations, but they have expended little political capital to advance the project in the White House. How many of you all feel like if the lead Democrats begin to talk about reparations, the Republican Party against it?
Okay, repeat that again. I'm sorry.
That it would galvanize folks towards the Assembly.
Well, we said you broke up, VB. You said how many? What? I'm sorry.
Like it will scare.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, we can't hear you, BB. There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Not now though. Can't hear a word you're saying.
Okay, I'm gonna say this one more time. My internet, and I gotta shut down. My internet is bad. Can y'all hear me? Okay. How many of you feel like if the lead Democrats begin to talk about reparations as a campaign thing, that it will embolden?
No, because I think that you broke up, but I get just what you're saying. I don't think it would make too much of a difference because it's all they've been doing is talking about it.
Exactly.
It's all been talk.
Yeah. Yeah. Just like Love Me Florida has done. They go to our churches trying to put on the political campaign, trying to put on the nice smileys, and they go behind your back and do something completely different.
And to say that you're not an African American if you don't vote for me. What the hell is that? How dare you?
Yeah.
So I'm not for any of these parties, man. No. I just vote for what my best interest is. But I really don't want to vote either way. I don't. But we couldn't have 4 more years of Trump. That would have been just too much.
Yeah. I mean, our government seemed like it almost came to a complete halt without him not appointing positions that we had.
Right.
I mean, I don't, that's somebody who never, served, took care of people in any kind of way. When you got his record speaks for itself. All you gotta do is look into his history. And for these guys keep saying that he did so much for, I'm still trying to figure that out because I don't see it yet. Maybe I'm missing something, but when you can cook the books to make your property seem to be more valuable or less valuable than it is.
Yeah.
Tell me again, how does that make him a good businessman? So it's okay for you to go out and lie, but if I try to do the same thing, I'll be in jail.
And he's lost properties. He's Trump University, which was a fail because it wasn't even accredited or anything. So he got sued off of that. What happened to his Trump steaks? He had Trump steaks, whatever. So his family has been into being shysters for a long time. So that's his record. It's a written record. It's on the books. Anyone can see it. It's him and his whole family. Him and his father. I shouldn't say his whole family, but his father, him. They've been racist, and that's been shown and proven, right? So, and then he's a narcissist supreme.
Yeah.
To think that you can assault people sexually, and get away with it. No. Now he's being taken off the ballot in certain states. That's it. He's pretty much done.
And then, these are people who want to say, there are people out there who want to say that God had that man to be that. Okay. So it's okay. So again, I that's where I draw the line. So it's okay to say, like you were saying, grab women by their pride. It's okay to do that. It's okay to call people from other countries, shithole countries. It's okay to do that. It's okay for him to call other people murderers and rapists and thugs and all. It's okay for him to do that. It's okay for him to do all these things. But you're this Christian, and then you'll say, well, God forgives people and I forgive. You can't forgive what wasn't done to you. So again, I'm still trying to understand how that you don't hear that man asking for no forgiveness. He doesn't apologize for anything. You don't hear that. All you hear a double down, or you hear another recreated, he'll recreate the story, or, he'll change it. He'll change the narrative to benefit what he's trying to accomplish at the time. And so all the stuff that happens, we're supposed to, even if Biden's out there doing that, he's just as guilty. I don't have to go behind and say, well, I'm a Christian, especially if you're saying to the Christian, you need to take your sign down, because you can't keep saying that this is okay for him to say the things that he says, but then he does a certain thing too that backs up what he's saying. But then you'll tell somebody else they're going to hell for something a whole lot less.
Yep.
So, I'm just too through. I really am. I don't understand where Black America, where some of the people in Black America want us to be. I don't. It's mind-boggling, because all these things are hurting us all at the same time. It ain't just one thing. It's a myriad of things that are hurting us as a people at the same time. And I'm not going to pick one when there's so many of them that come at us on a daily basis, from policing to whatever. All of that is affecting the Black community, whether we consent or do what they tell us to do, whatever. It doesn't matter. So, when enough of us stop being murdered, conveniently murdered, okay, then come talk to me. But that's not happening. But they love to talk that Martin Luther King, we need to get to a point, we need to judge people by their character, by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. Well, get to that then. Get to it. And then come talk to me, because it's not happening. You don't know my character. You don't know my character from iota, but you do know the color of my skin when you see it, though. That's the first thing you see. You don't see my character. You don't know me. My character comes out as you know me, not just by looking at me. You don't know the content of my character by looking at me. So, like I said, I'm tired of hearing all the, the easy talk to get out of owning up to their responsibility. Own up to what you've done. You keep telling us to do it. You do likewise. So anyway, Bennett, I think I've talked myself to death today.
All right, y'all. No, you were wonderful. No, but it's good that people hear this, Andrea, because you sincere and you're being honest about your feelings, and your view on this, and all of us are, and I want to thank everybody for for being that way, today. Everybody, I know the people that have been coming up on this panel, 99% of them are really being truthful about their feelings and forthright. And they're able to be forthright because they know we're going to respect that. Everybody's going to respect it. Even if there's a difference of opinion or whatever, we're not challenging each other that way. We're not calling each other liars, and we're not trying to insinuate that somebody's playing some game about. These are serious matters that we're discussing.
Mhm.
And so I just want to thank y'all for coming up here and sharing, being willing to share your views. I think it's going to have an effect, a positive effect. I think we're doing a good job, and if we weren't, we wouldn't even be a space that we would have a diverse crowd. And even though we might have a lot of African Americans, Black Americans, or either others, just African people of African descent around the world that come up from time to time in different countries. Shaka's from France. 24 is in was it 2020? I'm sorry, he was here early and I missed him. My
20,
fault.
24
Shout
is
out to the
24.
UK. And Jade, they're from the UK, and we're all here together talking about it. And then so we're diverse, just as people of African descent, but then we also got Sterling here that feels comfortable enough to hop up and share his views. So yeah, Sterling, kudos for you for coming up and sharing your views, man, because it's just a part of the conversation, and we get a chance to dialogue on it, and that's what it is all about. That's what it is all about. So I appreciate you all so much. Everybody out there, we're going to close it down for today. I said it was going to be an hour and a half, and it was like 5 hours now. So I got to go to work. Yeah, I gotta go to work. Any last words? Go ahead.
I'm good.
Thank you all.
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, you're welcome.
This was awesome.
Yeah,
you good.
Yeah,
man.
it was, BB.
Appreciate
And thanks for the platform. You do that all the time, and you're so gracious, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, man. I appreciate it too. Thank you, bro.
Oh, I thank you all so much. You all are gracious. Yeah. On that note, we're going to be out, and I'm going to remind you, things can, if you don't like how we're talking, things can actually get worse if you want
brother,
to. Take
okay.
a look.
See, all you doing right now is flatulating your liquid. Because I believe it was Homo erectus that said to expose the hemorrhoidal ramification would merely delineate the colonic orifice, thereby separating the gluteus from the maximus. Well, Homo was very deep, but you seem to masticate the proclamation, my brother. Okay. Because the gastrointestinal phlebitis prostigates the crustacean of the colostomy. Oh, go ahead. If that's your bag. Preach on. Right.
Peace, y'all.
That's a laugh every time, DB. Every time.